Morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. All right, so I remortgaged one of my properties to buy the dip in Bitcoin. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, I think there's definitely a nice zero DTE trade. Bitcoin's got to bounce at some point here. Your XRP is looking sad. Yeah, my crypto holdings are looking sad too. My MSTR has been absolutely bludgeoned. BITO. But no, in all seriousness, I mean, I'm actually considering a big sized BITO position today for reversal. I'm thinking if you're conservative, 1350. If you're a little bit risky, even $14 calls, I think Bitcoin can get a nice reversal today. It's already put in a little bit of an hourly chart, kind of heavy volume reversal here. Can see a nice hourly candle here. I'm hoping it weakens a little bit into the open. Nice three-bar surge, kind of an exhaustion move down. But I think the whole market is setting up. There's a little bit of economic data layered out today, but you can see SPY is bouncing a few dollars here. It's pulled back slightly off the highs, um, but it's definitely trying to bounce. Again, what's interesting is last time we had this red bar candle down, we had a nice gap up, and then the following day we got faded with reversal back up, and it was a lot of chop and slop, right? So expect a lot of volatile price action. Um, but nevertheless, there are some stocks that are seeing a bit of a buy the dip program right now. So we'll see what we get. I'm going to try to make up some losses from yesterday. That being said, we did do a little bit of buying yesterday in key names. You're seeing the VIX taking a little bit of a breather. What the hell's going on with my tablet? I don't know why it's not starting up. Gotta restart my one tablet here. I also think Meta, guys. I'm looking at zero DTing some Meta calls. Looking at 60250s. I think Meta can retest this blue trend line, which is your volume weighted average price going back to this April 2024 low. Another stock that is extremely oversold right now. Slightly positive. There's a lot of things I just want to zero DT today on the long side. But we'll see if we get a little bit of a dip initially in the market. I'm hoping for a minor dip. Yeah, everything's looking pretty good. I mean, I looked at Tesla, I looked at Hood on my one before the stream started. Tesla could go a little bit lower. I don't like it as much, but if the market bounces, obviously this name's going to get a big bounce. Hood is interesting. Hood is definitely oversold, getting into this gap window here. A decent amount of support. I would have liked to see it fill this gap. That's the only thing that makes me a little bit suspect, but another name that if the market continues to bounce, I mean, just on a pure technical hourly chart basis, you could stage a 2, 3 hour bounce here for sure. Don't know if it'll hold yet, but when Hood's down 10%, you often get some buy the dip, and then you also have Webull, guys. So I think one of the reasons why Hood is potentially a good trade is Webull reported earnings. Stock was down and then it was up. Now it's basically outperforming. So Webull is one that potentially could get going off of its revenue report. So a nice print on both the top and bottom line, double beat, record customers, record revenue. So again, companies showing a little bit of growth, but still underwhelmingly down here. I mean, Weebull's just been a dog, an absolute dog. But another one that could potentially try to squeeze a little bit today. It is kind of outperforming most stocks. You can see that the earnings high spike was up here, and then your earnings low, so you're kind of in the center point of the range. Let's see what else we got going on here. Um, Start up yet? Yes, it did. All right. I'm just starting my tablet here, guys. Just bear with me. It's a little bit squeezy today, guys. Is Datavolt? Datavolt surprisingly had a really good day yesterday. Even amidst all that sell side pressure, Datavolt held pretty firm, which is super impressive for how high beta of an asset this is. Again, we're long Datavolt. We did take profits off of this big pop here, but I still hold some shares. Never ever got stopped out. Again, I'm long off this 156 area. And I still think Datavolt can press a little bit higher today. I mean, $2 calls are very risky, but potentially interesting. It's up 1.57, Meta up 0.14. Google's still ripping up 2.1, Apple negative, NVIDIA trying to bounce, Microsoft negative, and Amazon trying to bounce. What's really, really fascinating, guys, is just in one day we went from no rate cut in December to a huge rate cut in December. Look at the probabilities now after one trading session. Crazy. This is why I think the markets can actually bounce again because there's a lot of speculation as to why we sold off yesterday. There's the Japanese yen carry trade is one of the main reasons why, and there's certainly a plausibility that that is it. But there's also a lot of talk. The main news networks are saying the sell-off was because we were getting no rate cut. And then just in one trading session, now we are getting a rate cut. So the market has no freaking clue as to what the Fed is going to do. I said yesterday that I think the Fed curve is mispriced, and I do think that we're still getting a rate cut in December. So I think that this market can easily bounce on the fact that once again, now in less than 24 hours, we are expecting an overwhelming majority of a rate cut. So just keep that in mind. Again, whether or not these two candles were the Bank of Japan kind of selling US debt, assets, equities in anticipation of an intervention with their currencies, perhaps, the structure of the candles look like they could be. But you never know. I mean, it really is a guessing point at this time until the news breaks. We don't know if it's just a technical, if it was the Fed rate switch, the fact that we're not getting cut, or the Japanese bank. Um, Again, your guess is as good as mine, but nevertheless, we just got to understand we're hitting the weekly 20 moving average. We haven't tested that area really in several months here since we broke out here. And I still think we're setting up for a potential, at least a 50% retrace of this whole entire move. Not today, but I still think the markets can hold a little bit of structure, just a little bit. And right now you have small caps actually leading the charge to the upside on the back of now a rate cut expectation, guys. So just keep that in mind. All right. Your dollar is green on the session, nat gas green, crude oil weak again. Let's look at WTI because I know energy contracts are getting super cheap down here. Surprisingly, you have energy stocks still holding up somewhat decent. I'm surprised XLE hasn't taken a tumble with crude oil still so low. I mean, you got some pretty big heavy weighters holding up the market right now. But yeah, natural gas is acting very, very well in the tape here. Pushing again to the highs. Chart pattern looks constructive on nat gas, guys. You did have nat gas equities get slapped yesterday, AR, EQT. So these ones could be on watch for a bit of a bounce. That would not surprise me. So So again, you are getting a bounce across most stocks, guys. IWM is still the strongest right now. Quantum stocks are mixed, not looking too bad. IONQ's green, Rigetti's green, but QBTS is lagging a little bit. Look at SoFi here. SoFi gapping down again. Interestingly enough, financials are actually showing some strength today. XLF pushing up through JP Morgan, Bank of America. SoFi might get a bounce off of this EMA. Could get a bounce for sure. Definitely some support down here on SoFi. Again, just keep in mind, guys, I think you could get quite a bit of buying off the open now that the rate expectation is back to a big cut. All right. BTC still weak, guys. Honestly, I'm considering about taking some zero DTs in Bitcoin. I mean, you got to expect to pop a bounce soon. It's getting ridiculously oversold. Looking at 13.50, maybe $14 BITO calls. I'm also looking at meta calls off the open. Looking at the 602 250s. And I do like Tempest down here as well. Sitting right on a daily 200 moving average. You've held it numerous times here, and even with that big sell-off yesterday, it didn't breach the lows, which is a short-term positive. And then believe it or not, Webull, guys, could be on watch for a trade today as well. It's actually outperforming in the pre-market off of its earnings print. Let's see. The only problem with Bitcoin is your dollar is still remaining relentless right now. Absolutely relentless. Going for another push higher. Crazy. All right, let's go split screen here. So SPY gapping up a few dollars right now. So this 655.80, guys, is a really big area for SPY because that's where you basically opened at 4 a.m. and then sold off, right? So that early pre-market high where the market opened SPY, the 655.80, that's a really big area that we need to watch today. That's technically a resistance. If you can get above that, I think we can squeeze quite a bit higher. You can see price action tried getting through there and then they're selling it into it right now. Right, time for me to stand up. Sorry, I'm muted. Holy crap. Sorry, I said I like Meta 60250s, guys. 0 DTEs. Meta's actually acting very, very well right now. One of your stronger stocks is Meta. It's trying to actually firm up here. QQQ's acting a little bit better. You got Bitcoin trying to bounce. Come on, Meta, get through this area. And you can trend. No, you can. BTC's trying to pop a little bit. QQQ still has a little bit of top wick distribution, guys. Qs are getting sold right now. Thanks, guys. Meta's still looking pretty good, guys. Even with the selling in the Qs, Meta's trying to work itself higher here. Again, I'm in 60250 zeros. QQQ trying to work itself higher. Your S&P is also trying to get through that 5 a.m. high. You can see it's a battleground resistance zone for SPY right now. It's trying to. Bitcoin's now starting to get going, guys. BITO ripping. VIX is still negative. You got Snapchat trying to turn green. Tempest AI is green. TTD's green. MSTR's been green. Datavolt ripping up 8.91% DVLT. That stock is just squeezing, guys. DVLT is kind of the next crazy stock, it seems. QQQ is still a little bit fragile here. But you got NVIDIA down. You got Apple strong. Google strong. Meta up half. Tesla up 0.8. Banks are still acting okay. Come on, Meta. Communication stocks are showing some strength today, guys. So far. Bitcoin's trying to break out of a 10-minute bull flag, so Bitcoin is now looking pretty constructive, guys. BTC trying to break out here. NVIDIA and semis are still going through a little bit of backing and filling. Meta's absolutely squeezing, guys. Come on, SPY, get through this area and trend us. Bitcoin is looking better. BITO popping to the upside. Meta's trying to trend here, guys. Meta is pushing strong. Let's go, Meta. Keep going. Keep going. Meta looking pretty solid here, guys. S&P is now trying to push. Meta's going up almost 1% now on the session. All right, guys, I trimmed half of my Meta there. Half of my Meta position. Boom. 105% trim there, guys, on Meta. Stops at break even. Let's let this baby ride. If this gets to 602.50, Meta is going to scream here. Boom. Market is acting okay here, guys. We are acting very, very decent here. Just keep that in mind. Tempest AI, huge bid off the lows. Damn, Rocket Lab's squeezing. They are buying this dip, guys. Look at Meta go. Rip it, rip it. Let's go. Buy this dip up. S&P's barely moved here, but individual names are ripping. Datavolt up 10% today. TTD, Meta still up 1. XYZ's trying to trend here. Damn, man. That's crazy. CA? That's cool as well. LiDAR stocks are seeing a nice bid. Snapchat's trying. So I booked profits, guys, on Meta, half my position. That was one that we discussed in the pre-market. VITO is still a little weak here. We do have a little bit of data, guys, so I think that if we dip, that could be a buying opportunity in a lot of different names. Bitcoin is still trying to pop here, guys. Interesting. NVIDIA is still weak on the session here. You have to think NVIDIA is going to catch a bid at some point. I mean, it's getting annihilated down here. Wow. SPY getting slightly faded here. Semiconductors are still dragging this market down, guys. Can you believe that? So your IWM is still your strongest. S&P's trying to hold a little steady here. Meta's still acting well. Yeah, Meta's looking a little decent here, guys, for sure. It's holding strength through communication stocks right now. SPY's looking decent. NVIDIA's trying to catch a little bit of a bid down here. So NVIDIA's trying to shake and move. Bitcoin's trying to break out. We do have data coming in 5 minutes, guys, but it's looking like this market wants to rip. That's for sure. Definitely looking like we're going to rip here. Some spreads are so wide in certain stocks, it sucks. Datavolt up 11.49. Quantum stocks squeezing. You got Rocket Labs trying to push higher. XOM still struggling. SYM is struggling as well. XYZ. SMR is still down, but trying to probably make a little bit of a reversal down here. That would not surprise me. SMR to firm up. Meta's ripping, guys. Meta is ripping. Still a lot of wide spreads out there, guys. A ton of wide spreads. Not what I like to see. Bitcoin's still trying to work itself higher here. Even BITO is a wide spread. The 1350 calls are so wide right now. I don't like that. I am not paying a premium, especially ahead of data. Wow, BITO $14 calls are at a penny right now. I mean, that would be a crazy move to see BITO. Bitcoin would have to rally about 5%. You want to look at PLTR? Let's take a peek. Yeah, PLTR, I mean, it's underperforming a little bit. It could still go lower. It could still take out the lows. I was eyeing up this gap fill here on PLTR. If it gets there, I would trade on the long side. This market's not out of the woodwork yet. You still have distribution in semiconductors, right? So just keep that in mind. There's a lot of oversold names like Meta, obviously holding strength, Google, but there's definitely still some weakness under the hood of this market through semiconductors right now. I'm also looking at taking profits on one call position. I just want to see how to find it here. No, never mind. We'll keep that going. We'll keep that going. NVDA still weak on the session. AMD still weak on the session. Do you have your dollar creeping down a little bit? Natural gas. Bitcoin's still down 2%, but trying to firm up here. Markets look weak. Yeah, they look weak right now, but Meta's strong, Google's strong, Apple's strong. You just have semiconductors. Microsoft, Amazon, a little bit weak. Financials are negative again, so that's a bit of a concern. But yeah, there's definitely some distribution going on. But we have data coming out in 1 minute, right? So just keep that in mind. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Make sure you have protective stops in place, guys, for MetaTrade. You can always re-enter if it falls. Wow, XYZ getting bludgeoned here. That's crazy. I'm hoping that spreads start to tighten up, and there's I've siphoned through a lot of different stocks here on the chain, and we have quite a bit of spreads that are still very wide right now, which I do not like. I do not like the fact that a lot of spreads are still very wide on the 0DT front. That's a little concerning to me. What is crude oil? Crude oil is still weak. Wow, crude oil's nasty. SMR still super, super weak. Semiconductors are still seeing some distribution, guys. Look at that. Semis are dragging this market down right now. Crazy. Bitcoin, a little bit of selling. S&P, a little bit of selling right now. Uranium getting clobbered today. MSTR back to the negative side. Still a lot of wide spreads out there. Meta is starting to come in a little bit. S&P coming in. Everything's starting to come in a little bit more now, guys. S&P trying to bounce here. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon still nasty. JP Morgan nasty. Cabin's taking 0DT puts here. Good luck, good luck. Quantum stocks are still trying to hold steady. Datavolt's still a beast up at 195. That's crazy. S&P catching a nice bounce here. Meta's still showing some signs of strength. Looks like the market might want to break out here, guys. Bitcoin's still trying to hold steady. NVIDIA's still a little bit fragile down here. Dixie coming in a little bit. Yields are still soft. VIX is still negative. Meta is starting to come in now. More selling. A lot of weird price action in this tape right now, guys. A lot of weird price action. Markets are coming in a little bit more. They're still seeing some distribution in your semis. NVIDIA's actually firming up here at the low, so that's going to be helpful, guys. NVIDIA bouncing is going to be very helpful. Still super, super weak. Damn, that spread is wide on that stock. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Bitcoin's still trying to bounce and move here. Still seeing sell side pressure. It's not all sunshine and rainbows out here. Nuclear stocks are still seeing heavy sell side. Tempest is doing well. Datavolt up 16.38% and squeezing to the upside, guys. That is pretty incredible. Oklo TID 63. Yeah, Oklo uranium stocks are looking nasty. Nuclear stocks, uranium looking dirty. Weeble's back to the negative side. Google's still ripping, Open Door ripping, Nvidia's still a little bit fragile down here. All right, semis are bouncing here, guys. Market is still trying to hold steady. Again, the market has now priced in another rate cut. Well, not yet, but the rate cut narrative has now changed again. Bitcoin is still looking pretty constructive here, guys. BTC is starting to rip. That's for sure. Bitcoin could be trying to trend here. Dollar softening a little bit. So I'm taking a Lotto BITO $14 calls. They are a pure Lotto. Keep the position size small. BITO $14 calls. Again, contracts between 1 and 2 cents. These are a pure speculative Lotto. I'm not expecting them to hit. There's always a rare chance Bitcoin would have to be, rally about 4.5%, 5% from here. So it's a pure Lotto. Okay. SPY is trying to break out here, so that's a positive sign in the very short term. Meta's still kind of lagging a little bit here. Let's look at Bitcoin. BTC, guys, trying to get going. Trying to get going here. BTC, go, go, go. NVIDIA's almost gone green, guys. Nice to see. Google's just still a powerhouse. Holy moly. Dash Kellogg saying SPY looks like it's trapped between the 9 and 21 EMA. Yeah, it certainly is trapped between some key resistance. But right now we're pushing above that 4 a.m. high. This is a bit of a bullish breakout, guys, in the market right now. It is a bullish breakout if we can get above and hold this vicinity. You can see that that 4 a.m. high pivot, that's where the market opened and then sold off. It's a battleground right now. It's a big, big battleground. Your dollar's still trying. Still have some consumer data later. Come on, Bitcoin. Now you have Meta getting slapped again. IWM still leading the charge. QQQ underperforming. SPY up 0.2. Tesla, Google, Meta, Apple green. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon red. JP Morgan and financials are red. How's SoFi doing? SoFi sitting right on a big support level, down 1.43% today. Interesting. Met softening here. S&P getting rejected. SPY still struggling. Meta getting smoked now. NVDA under pressure. Data Vault still above $2. Uranium stock still weak. Quantum mixed. Tempest doing well. IWM looking much more constructive, guys. EITO still struggling. Bitcoin still trying to break out here. Still down 1.82%. Can see a bottoming tail is trying to form on Bitcoin. It's got a lot of work to do. S&P still building out a potential right shoulder. If we can break out of this little inverse head and shoulders, again, it hasn't triggered yet, but we're looking at 660 retest on SPY. If we can break out. It's a big if. Meta is still weak. NVIDIA, Microsoft weak. Amazon did turn green. Consumer sentiment coming out here, guys, shortly. Our market is reacting somewhat positive, guys, to the sentiment. Your dollar somewhat fell there. Market got a small pop. Still seeing weakness across the board. Bitcoin acting well. Bitcoin still struggling here. SPY getting hit right back down. Lots more red still appearing on the screen. You got Meta basically going back to the dark side here. NVIDIA, Microsoft still looking super heavy. Market's getting faded. IWM still holding value and strength, guys. Look at the divergence in your Russell. Russell, a little bit of top wick distribution there, but it's still trying to hold here. Crazy. Let's keep Bitcoin on watch here. BTC pulling back a little bit. Market's falling pretty sharply so far, trying to defend prior day low. Lots of red still on the screen. VIX is trying to pop a little bit. Dollar is coming in quite sharply now, guys, so that could be helpful for the market. Your DXY coming in. IWM still holding, somewhat decent. Markets tried breaking out. It looks like a little bit of a near-term failure. Meta getting smoked now, down zero point 0.4. Tesla's gone red. Google coming in. Apple still holding. But markets are now looking vulnerable. QQQ, NASDAQ getting sold into. Once again, your NASDAQ is getting wrecked. Market is looking a little bit vulnerable here again. We're breaking through prior day low. Opening range here. Starting to get a little bit vulnerable. Market is still coming in, guys. Russell's breaking down. SPY, Bitcoin now looking weak. Qs are negative. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon getting slapped around. IWM is still trying to hold above its prior day low. That's really the short-term positive in the market is your Russell. Other than that, I mean, everything is looking pretty weak right now. Looking pretty nasty. Really, really nasty so far. Market is still coming in. All right, we're getting a little here. It's trying to start. We'll see if they can break this market out again off of another attempt. Still seeing quite a bit of selling under the hood. IWM is still holding above prior day low. That's really what's keeping this market pinned here, guys, is your Russell 2000 is still acting somewhat decent. And I think we're seeing that strength is because you're getting that rate cut narrative creeping back into the market. Yesterday, there was a overwhelming majority of no rate cut in December. And then today, now you're getting a overwhelming majority of a rate cut back in December. So the market is in this indecision mode. It really doesn't know what it wants, but the fact that there's now a big rate cut back on the table for December, that's a positive. That lowers the cost of capital. You know, we still don't really know why the sell-off happened yesterday. The major news networks are pumping the rate cut narrative, the fact that there's no rate cut in December. Now there is. You know, we look at this probability, it swung back huge just after yesterday's sell-off. You know, maybe it's the Japanese yen intervention. BOJ could be selling US denominated debt. We truly don't know yet. All right. You know, if you had to, yeah, a lot of manipulation. You know, maybe this was before the Santa Claus rally, or I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to tell. But so far, small caps are actually holding steady, guys. You know, I think that you can long this market as long as we stay above prior day low. You can long this market down here. Risk to reward favors a bullish bounce, I think. You start getting any sort of, 10-minute 20-minute closes below prior day low, and things could get a little bit dicey. I like SoFi $25 calls, guys. They're cheap. You know, if rates are soft and we get a rate cut, you know, bank stocks in theory should have a little bit of strength. So I'm looking at SoFi $25 calls down here. I like the backdrop of the IWM holding some value here. So I think if we can make one more little sweep, or if you can get them at 19 cents or cheaper, I think $25 calls are worth a shot on SoFi. We'll see. All right, so weakness, so you're getting faded every single time we try breaking out. They keep fading us. Not a good sign so far. IWM also getting somewhat faded. SPY retesting. Okay, guys, I just got filled on SoFi, $25 zero DTEs. It's super high risk, super high risk. I got filled at 16 cents. Again, SoFi, bit of a speculative long down here. $25 calls, high risk. Please keep that in mind. Size appropriately. All right, Russell's trying to shake and move a little bit. Bitcoin's still struggling. S&P still struggling. NVDA trying. Apple up 1%. Apple's doing well today. WM's still looking pretty constructive, guys. Come on, markets. Give us a little something to breathe on. Lily, they're pumping Lily. Yeah, they're dropping this market now again. Markets are now soft again. Pumping home builders. Again, home builders are catching some serious liquidity again today on the back of rate cuts. That's quite interesting again. IWM looks like it wants to break out here, guys. I don't know. The rate cut narrative is really trying to cause this Russell to break out here. One could argue it has had a short-term breakout out of that area. We really need to see it get above this area. If the IWM can get above this little neckline, it could start to trend here all the way up to 234. It does have a bullish potential pattern, but the S&P is just so freaking heavy here. Does not want to firm up. Still got quite a lot of red on the screen. Get out of longs, it's another bear market. It could be. Very well could be. Keep your stops tight. Mega cap tech is weak, guys. Qs are still negative. IWM's holding value, so I like the fact that small caps are trying to actually lead the charge. They're getting more of that speculative money coming in because if IWM holds its gains here, we should eventually see your mega cap tech get a decent bid. Meta is still coming in. Wow. Thread the needle on Meta on those little longs. It's now into an interesting area again. Interesting. We are right now pinned, guys. This is a big battleground. Bitcoin's still down 2.5. It's trying to firm up. Markets are definitely vulnerable. We could easily sweep the lows, guys. Keep that in mind. Your next support would be on this falling wedge. Wow. Crazy how small caps are kind of still diverging. I mean, they're really selling mega cap tech. Microsoft, NVDA just can't get a bid. Tesla's still weak. SoFi coming in. Meta now still weak. SoFi got wrecked there again. This is crazy, this little chop here. I'm surprised we're staying pinned in this range. Very surprised. Again, we're still trying to defend that prior day low on SPY, but wow. This QQQ is really trying to drag things down. Still have communication stocks seeing some strength. Meta's trying to firm up again. Come on, pop us up a little bit. Still seeing distribution through this prior day low. Meta pushing to the upside. SPY still trying to defend prior day low. Alright, IWM's trying to break out here, guys. Your Russell is trying. Fucking tight wedge here on this chart here. It's really coming down to these freaking QQQ and NVIDIA chart. If NVIDIA doesn't try to do something here, same thing with Microsoft. NVIDIA's got a 10-minute bear flag forming. That's a bit of a problem. IWM still trying to hold some value up here. NVIDIA is still weak, dragging the QQQ down here. Wow. NVIDIA is just so heavy right now. IWM still trying to break out here, guys. NVIDIA dragging down the market right now. So what pumped the market up is now kind of the dead heavyweight stock. IWM still looking a little bit bullish here. SPY breaking down again. Palantir coming into a massive level now. PLTR. SPY not looking good here. NVIDIA made a new low of day. Semis are melting here. All right, SPY's about to go negative with the Qs. IWM getting rejected. SoFi made a new low of day. Volume's increasing here. NVDA is still looking heavy. A huge volume coming in. IWM is still seeing some dip buying pressure. Look at this QQQ, guys. It just does not want to bounce yet. New sweeping the lows on the Qs, crazy. SPY's still trying to bounce here slightly. But damn, lots of selling. NVIDIA trying to defend its low. Meta is still trying to hold 588. Big reversal on your 5-minute chart. Can SPY break out again? We'll find out. NVIDIA is getting a little bit of a buy program, so Qs are trying to get bought up a bit. SPY is still pinned in a tight range. Georgiana is saying VIX 1D is doing nothing. No real scare. No. Yeah, I know. SVIX is still, and again, statistically on a Friday they sell the VIX, right? So we'll see. There's quite a bit of liquidity in the VIX to sell. IWM is still holding, guys. I mean, even with the sell side pressure in your NASDAQ, small caps are still trying to break out here. That's a very short-term positive. Bitcoin's still struggling. NVIDIA, Microsoft still struggling. Tesla still struggling. Meta trying to go back to the green side. Still dripping us lower. Selling pops right now. You're seeing dip buys and then rip sells. Market is still heavy here. VIX is up 2.64%. Bitcoin still selling here. Wow, market is still looking heavy. Now you have the Russell breaking down. We're in trouble now. Market's gonna flush here. Looks like it. QQQ down 0.3. S&P looking vulnerable. IWM trying to breach its prior day low. Meta down 0.58. Tesla drilling down 1.4. NVIDIA down over 2. Microsoft down 1.3. Amazon back to the negative side. They are still selling this market. Resumption from yesterday. SoFi getting wrecked. Bitcoin getting wrecked again. Most stocks are turning red again on the session. Looking pretty nasty again. What's interesting is they still haven't really broken SPY below that prior day. They're still trying to defend it on your 10-minute chart, guys. They're doing these big wicks down. I mean, it's a weird day. They're certainly selling into the volume here, but there's definitely some minor signs of accumulation in some individual names. They're getting nasty though. They're bouncing it, making it look like they're going to break it out, and then they just rip it right back down. I mean, slow dripping this wedge pattern is pretty crazy. NVIDIA still has a little bit of accumulation bottom wicks. Meta still trying to bounce a little bit off 587. SoFi trying to bounce. Crude still weak. Nat gas still strong. These candle ranges are crazy. These candle ranges are crazy. Still trying to defend that prior day low on SPY. I mean, this is some weird, weird price action. Still fighting the markets here. Crazy. Mega cap tech Qs are still weak on the session. You have the NASDAQ still underperforming here, but trying to bounce off of a decent support level here, but still struggling immensely. Russell 2000. This is a battleground, guys. This is a battleground. Dash codes. I just want to say that to myself. Consistently extra long candle wicks. Yeah. Look at this move. Look at these. These are accumulation tails. Still, the IWM is holding somewhat bullish, guys. Up 1%. So, still makes me optimistic that they can bounce this market. Now we're going for another breakout. Inverted head and shoulders breakout test on SPY. We're trying to push through that 4 a.m. high. We can get any sort of close above this 4 a.m. high on, say, a 10-minute close. I think this market will squeeze. Look at the Russell breaking out to another high of day. Come on, IWM, break us out. Lead the charge, Russell. Lead the charge. That was a pretty hard reversal. Still seeing weakness in your Qs, guys. NVIDIA still not really participating yet, but Microsoft did participate on that dip, on that bounce there. Wow. IWM still looking a little bit better, but they are chopping people up and around. I mean, just as they look like they're going to do a trend breakdown, they rip it. And then it looks like they're going to do a breakout and they slap it. I mean, this is a tricky, tricky tape today, guys. Breakdowns are being reversed, breakouts are being sold. It's a chop fest. Holy moly. I mean, IWM still looks the most constructive right now, but even that is still dicey. Dicey. Look at that 4 a.m. high, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6/7 rejection now off that 4 a.m. high. Crazy. Are they going to wreck all that liquidity that just went long there chasing that breakout? Looks like it, right? Damn, they're dirty. NVIDIA pretty much back down to the lows. Meta back down to the lows. Microsoft back down. Eyes on Nat Gas. Yeah, Nat Gas is up 2.24% right now. Still trying to hold. Again, if this market breakout, it's going to be a big squeeze to 660, but if we fall here again, we have a 650 on the deck. NVIDIA is still no bid for NVIDIA. This is just one big chop fest, guys, so far. Are we going to break out? Bitcoin's still struggling. Back down to the lows. Pretty crazy price. Apple still acting well. Google still acting well. Those are your mega caps that are holding strength. You really don't want to see them fading. NVIDIA is still selling off, down 2.26%. Jeez, NVIDIA. Crazy. Symmetry moved down on SPY to 632. Thank you, Cabin. All right, SPY getting wrecked again off of that 4 a.m. high. Still trying to defend prior day low. Big rejection on the Russell. Pretty much a solid rejection across everything there. So far, the price action is pretty bearish, especially since the world's largest company is not really doing much here. Definitely breaking down. Bitcoin getting wrecked, down 3.38% again. SoFi at the lows, Meta testing the lows again, NVIDIA testing the lows again. Big battleground. QQQ still down 0.2. Your IWM is up 0.6. SPY just barely positive. NVIDIA just made a new low there. Nastiness. Absolute nastiness. Now you have Meta breaking down again. Crazy. SoFi getting slapped. They are still eating liquidity. Sucker saying BTC 77. SPY 637. Yeah, SPY's 637, not today. That would be crazy. I would be shocked if that hit today. NVIDIA just getting annihilated, guys. Wrecked on an NVDA. Everything is turning red. Nuclear, energy. Oh my goodness. NVIDIA just getting annihilated now. Daily chart support on NVIDIA. EMA 113 at 174.58. Craziness. NVIDIA is still just drilling, guys. Drilling. It's dragging the Qs down. Qs are now down 0.4%. SPY is the Qs are too concentrated right now to... All right, NVIDIA trying to catch a little bit of liquidity off of 176. Still vulnerable. Still defending that prior day low on the Russell, which is somewhat interesting. Quite interesting on the Russell. SPY's still looking vulnerable. That was a pretty nasty candle on the 5-minute chart. Let's look at the 10-minute chart. Yeah, you got a first 10-minute close underneath that prior day low. So this, if they don't defend it here, we could waterfall now. That was a bad 10-minute close on your SPY. Bad 10-minute close. They are still selling tech with force. Your semiconductors are still just getting wrecked. Bitcoin and crypto getting wrecked. Crude oil down. SPY looks like it wants to go negative. This is the only bright spot right now in the market. Holding PDL right now is your IWM. It's literally the only bright spot. Meta hanging on by a thread. Apple, Google still acting well. Netflix green. JP Morgan and financials not looking too hot. SoFi down at 24 bucks. Bitcoin still down 3.35. If we break here, I think SPY 645 is the target. That's what Dash Kellogg is saying. No, I'm not muted again. I shouldn't be muted. You might have the stream muted. I'm still showing volume bars here. Can hear myself. NVIDIA is still down 2.5%, guys. Google's still ripping. Really, the market's coming down to the Qs. If the Qs bounce, the market can bounce. You still have exceptional weakness in your socks. Your semis are dragging this market down, so that's kind of also what's going to dictate whether or not the markets bounce here. You know, the likes of AMD getting smoked down another. Micron, still getting smoked here on MU, down 2.66. NVDA just getting no love down here. Crazy. Look at NVIDIA. That's just dirty. NVIDIA coming into a daily chart support level, but wow, is it weak down here. Trying to defend SPY. NVIDIA new lows, guys. NVIDIA new lows. Full liquidation in NVIDIA, guys. Full liquidation. Crazy. You wonder, I mean, after a solid report, maybe the market is saying, you know what? Can't really get any better than that. Dumping it hard. Coming into that EMA 113 on the daily, guys, for NVIDIA. There you go. You just wicked into it. NVIDIA just knifed into that daily chart EMA. It's dragging SPY still down. The Qs, tech. See if the market can find a bit of support here. Mr. Market not buying NVIDIA's bullshit numbers. Yeah, it's certainly not. Right now, it's not for sure. SPY still heavy. IWM now top wick distribution. Apple, Google still trying to hold. Meta trying to hold. Big level here for NVIDIA, guys. Daily chart, EMA, retest, but it's not even helping yet. SPY still looks vulnerable here. Wow. Look at that nasty liquidity. IWM's now breaking through its prior day low. SPY is now drilling. Big liquidity sweep of that huge reversal candle. That's nasty. Still no bid yet in NVIDIA. Drilling to the downside, guys. My SoFi got wrecked. Jeez, Bitcoin's still getting wrecked. Again, these are just lottos. But SPY now looks like the next support is 650-ish. But new lows there. SPY officially went negative, guys. Full bear mode here in S&P, NASDAQ. Russell's now breaking down. NVIDIA, no bid yet. Things are rolling over hot and heavy. Apple, Google now starting to sell off as well. So if they were to take Apple and Google negative, that would be crazy. Market is getting wrecked again on a Friday. This does not instill a lot of confidence over the weekend. Again, it's not a matter how the markets open, it's a matter how they close. So far, it's looking like we're going to get a ridiculously bad close so far. Next support is your gap fill on NVIDIA. That's your September 17th pivot. Crazy. Lots of red on the screen. Look at them annihilate that S&P 500. IWM losing its momentum now. Meta hitting prior day low. Tesla getting wrecked. NVIDIA down 3.88%, guys. Crazy. Let's look at this SPX chart. We'll go to that daily level. Sweeping yesterday's lows. like a hot knife through butter. Yeah, BTC sucking down 4%. Gold's negative, crude oil negative, nat gas strong. That's up 1.9%. Yeah. If Google and Apple give up these gains, guys, this market is going to be a disaster today. Really, those two stocks alone, if they weren't green, we would be getting obliterated even more than what we are right now. Wow. Markets are getting annihilated. Let's look at this QQQ. Still no bid. We'll see what happens, right? The day hasn't closed. So you're getting some morning sell side pressure again. Usually when you sell early in the morning, you get a little bit of an afternoon bounce, but this is a weak structure. The market's weak, guys. There's no question about that right now. Not much confidence this morning. Again, we'll see if we can get any sort of a bid once this high volume selling is done. Still a lot of oversold stocks out there, but things can keep getting more oversold. I mean, as we've seen. IWM is still showing some strength. That's the only thing. Nick saying, I think this is going to be an ugly close. QQQ hitting a really big area here, guys. SPY's still making lower highs, lower lows. IWM still structurally positive. Bitcoin down 4.28%. Filthy, filthy decline. No bid yet in NVDA. NVDA is still just absolutely a dog down here. Tiny little buy program coming in. Tiny. They've been dumping. The markets have been dumping for sure. Data Vault's still holding. That's crazy. Quantum stocks got wrecked. Nike's still green. What else? Herbalife, that's up 12.25. Baxter's doing well. Not all sectors are red, guys, on the session today. So still have quite a bit of, with this sell-off, you would think that the whole market is just broadly selling here, but you got a lot of strength still underneath the hood of this market, which is why there's always a chance that if we can get a bit of a bid in tech, we can bounce. Take a look at how many sectors are actually green right now in the market. So let's look at RSP real quick. So RSP is actually up 0.9% while SPY is negative, guys. So there is some underlying strength in this market. It's not a broad-based sell-off. That's why you can always catch a bit of a reversal and bounce because there's a lot of other sectors. Staples up 1.4, real estate up 0.64. Healthcare ripping. Retail ripping. Consumer discretionary strong. It's really XLK and your SOX ETF just getting obliterated along with crypto. So those sectors alone are obviously the saturated market, but you got UPS ripping, Constellation Brands strong, Lululemon's green, Nike's green, Herbalife, green on the session. So it's not all bearish out there. Got quite a bit of positions starting to perk up. Like look at STZ breaking out, UPS breaking out, reversing to the high side. HLF. I'm long the $10 calls, and that's deep in the money. That's up 12% today, Herbalife. Absolutely a clinical breakout on HLF. Super impressive. So there's always a chance that we can see a bit of a bullish reversal just purely based on RSP and how strong that is. And the Russell. The Russell's still holding steady, guys. So it really comes down to, does NVIDIA bounce? And semis bounce, because if it does, this market can absolutely fly back to the high side. You'd be surprised. There's still quite a lot of strength out there through the broad market. Now, obviously, the semis have the power to completely eradicate everything. But right now, it's not all negative. Big bounce on your S&P. NVIDIA's trying to stabilize. SoFi, Meta trying. And just a heads up, members in the option group, I did trim half of my HLF position, guys. Half of my HLF position. All right. Nice 59% gain. Still seeing weakness in the tape here. IWM, guys, is looking solid. Look at this Russell 2000. Eating up the liquidity, defending prior day low. Looks like it wants to break out the IWM. Would not be surprised to see that. NVIDIA and semis just need to shake off this sell side pressure, and I still think we can bounce here, but definitely a interesting day for sure. SoFi getting a nice reversal. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of strength. S&P, if it can recapture that prior day, we'll see. Rigetti down 4, Snap still negative, Bitfarms down, SYM down, Snap down, XYZ, TTD, Tempest, Molina still green, Datavolt still holding strength. Here we go, another attempt at a breakout here on the IWM. Still putting in lower lows on SPY. SoFi trying to make a reversal, Meta trying, NVIDIA still trying to hold above 175. No question, it's still weak. Bitcoin still down. Look at the Russell trying to break out here. Definitely seeing some more strength creeping back into the tape, guys. Markets, IWM is going for a bit of a breakout here. Interesting. Are they going to give this the facelift? Is this the inverse head and shoulders? You break out of this on the Russell. We're looking at a target between 234.40 and 234.80. That could play out today. NVDA catching some liquidity. Meta now catching some liquidity. Whole market is trying to catch some liquidity right now. SPY looking much, much better, more constructive as of now. Meta getting a fat 10-minute candle. QQQ still down 0.24%. Can they break the Russell out here? That 4 a.m. high is key for SPY. Still seeing pops being slightly sold. Gold still negative. Apple, Google still green. JP Morgan still down 0.9. Tesla down 1.76. Meta down 0.4. I think Meta can still go green on the session, guys. But it's weak. Your SOXS is still at 5%. We'll see if semis can catch a bid to lift this market back up. SPY looking a little bit better. Trying here. No breakout yet on the Russell. SPY trying to defend prior day high. Big area. Getting rejected yet again. Bitcoin still down 4. Google still testing 3%. Apple up 1.5. Tesla still down 1.57. Can we break out of this falling wedge pattern? Falling wedge patterns are statistically a bullish breakout pattern. We'll see if SPY can prove that statistical probability, or if we hit the top of the wedge, do they slap it right back down? Data Vault still up 14, SMR down 5, XYZ down 2.5, Bitfarms down 7. NVIDIA is still weak, down 2.93. Meta is seeing more selling. JPM seeing selling. Bitcoin can't catch a bid, 83K on BTC. Your IWM is still trying to break out here, but hasn't officially triggered that breakout just yet. Still getting slapped off of the same 231.50 area. SPY still getting slapped off of prior day high. Nasty. Again, it's not a matter how they open. It's a matter how they close. Just like yesterday, we had a beautiful open, which got smoked. Today, we've had an ugly, ugly, opening hour. We'll see how they close it. Your VIX seems to be chopping around here as well. It's still elevated up 26.5. But it's starting to try to come in a little bit. Still seeing selling off that PDH level. Sorry, PDL. NBIS hitting $80.42. Holy moly. I've gotten a lot of alerts today. Wow, NBIS breaking down new lows. PLTR, I got an alert on that stock. That one swept its gap fill like no tomorrow. Crazy. RBLX is getting smoked. Hood is down almost at $100 on Hood. That's crazy. SPY still slightly green. NASDAQ down 0.46. Your IWM is leading the charge up 0.89%. You still have RSP trying to hold on to some of its gains here. Relative strength is being observed in SPY today through a variety of other sectors. The positive is that the selling in your tech semiconductors seems to be rotating, guys, into a lot of other names. Those beaten down stocks like Constellation Brands, Baxter, Lulu's trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. How's Chipotle doing? Chipotle catching a bit of a bounce. UPS. So those stocks that have been beaten down are ripping, guys. Are ripping, which is a short-term positive, guys. Right? The market's broadening out. It's not just seeing full liquidation, right? If we saw another sell-off where everything was red today, that would be a very big bearish signal. But majority of sectors are actually green, which is super surprising with the S&P price action, right? Super, super surprising. So that's why you can't get too beared up too quickly when SPY under the hood is still broadening out and showing some signs of life. IWM breaking out up 1.2%, looking squeezy. Looking squeezy. And you have to think tech is going to bounce here, guys. Semiconductors. I mean, it's hard for them to just keep pounding tech every single hour. You know, the first couple hours, sure, but you would think at some point they're going to try to save your tech darlings. Maybe. There's always a chance that they do keep pounding it, but I would favor them saving it. Apple squeezing, guys, to a new high. Let's look at Microsoft on my other screen. Microsoft still trading very, very bearishly right now. Google trying to break out. So Apple and Google are trying to lift this market by the scruff of its neck here. Still have NVIDIA, a dog, Meta dog. Tesla sucking. Amazon still slightly negative. Google up 3.6. Apple ripping. Holy moly. IWM trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders, guys. Breaking out. UPS still ripping. Constellation Brands ripping. Open Door strong. Go figure. Webull down another 5.82%. AMD down 4. Nastiness. Morning dump, afternoon pump. Maybe. It'd be a long shot, but Russell 2000. Look at this, guys. The Russell's trying to clear this resistance level. That was your first higher 5-minute candle close. The Russell's breathing. The Russell's trying to lift this market up. That's pretty crazy. Meta's still a dog down here, selling off. Shaking the tree once again on Meta. Damn, Meta. Still no breakout yet. Bitcoin still sucking. SoFi sucking. Meta sucking. NVDA sucking. Qs are nasty. IWM, a little bit of selling. Prior day low rejection so far on your S&P. Not looking good. So IWM is still trying to hold some value. Can the Russell save the market today? Or is the tech selling just too heavy? Really, it's not even all tech selling. It's just your semiconductors selling pretty much. A little bit of weakness in financials. Starbucks having a good day. MRK still having a good day. Chipotle still having a good day. PayPal's up 1.1. Trying to squeeze higher here. 11 o'clock time frame is about to hit. Nice peekaboo breakout on Constellation Brands. Perhaps that's ready to go. UPS daily chart looks pretty strong too, guys. Looks like UPS wants to squeeze. Micron still down 3. AMD still taking on the chin. Western Digital's weak. Man. Is JP Morgan a buy here for his little scalp? Let's see. Yeah, there's potentially some decent support here. Nice 10-minute reversal candle there. It's going to trade with the S&P right now. Financials are definitely showing relative weakness. I mean, if you're trying to bottom pick it, again, it could easily revisit the lows around 293. You've made that 10-minute impulse green candle, which is a positive. If you lose that, then it's not a good sign. But so far, it's trying to show a little bit of signs of life. But it's trading with SPY. SPY's weak. Financials are weak. No bid yet. NVIDIA's trying to stabilize, but I mean, they're not really pumping liquidity into it. It's just the sell side pressure has kind of slowed down a touch. Diageo having a good day. DEO, that's up 4.3. Nike's still trying to hold some value down here. Still another weak stock. QBTS down 8.48. That is just filthy. IONQ down 5.51. Rigetti's falling. SOXX is still dripping. NVIDIA's trying to stabilize here a little bit. Still super, super weak. ENVX has been smoked. Datavolt still looking strong, guys. DVLT. Molina Healthcare, nice solid day for MOH. Reversing, trying to defend that low. IWM, SPY, both getting slapped again. Microsoft, NVIDIA doing the heavy selling. Amazon now participating in the downside price. Tesla's been doing it all morning. Here we go. Bitcoin still down 4.38%. Crazy, crazy selling. S&P is still drilling to the downside, guys. No bid yet. Bitcoin still getting liquidated here. It's crazy. Dollars green, gold slightly negative, crude oil down 1.76, nat gas is still trending. No breakout on the Russell. SPY's looking pretty vulnerable yet again. Trying to get sold into. They're slow dripping this market down, taking 0 DTE theta with them. Burning premium. Bitcoin dripping lower, down 4.7% again. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's look at RSP here again. RSP now taking a little bit of a dip. So some selling across the general market. Apple's now starting to sell off a little bit more now, guys. So Apple's a dog. Meta looks like it wants to take out the lows again, testing 582. Filthy. Look at this nasty price action in Bitcoin. Downright dirty. No love for crypto. So SPY does look like it wants to at least test these lows, probably sweep them yet again. Still no bid in Bitcoin. Barely a bid in SPY. SoFi continuing to chop down. Healthcare stocks still looking decent across the board. Staples are still looking really strong. UPS holding value. Crazy. Constellation Brands still holding. Nike trying to break out and firm up here. Interesting. Baxter breaking out to a new high of day. So there's still stocks trying to break out to new highs a day, even with the S&P selling. It's pretty interesting. Look at this. Look at Herbalife. New high of day there, HLF. Starbucks still looking pretty constructive there, guys. MRK still a full bull right now. Open doors pulled back quite substantially. Another attempt at trying to break out here for the Russell. Not going to hold our breath until it gives us a 5-10 minute close above these wicks. SPY volume starting to thin out a little bit more. That morning selling, heavy volume could be coming to a head here. We are seeing NVDA trying to make a little bit of a reversal off of the lows, so that's a short-term positive, building some liquidity down here off that EMA. So small positive. Maybe, just maybe, this is the first higher low for SPY. We still have lower highs, but maybe this is our first higher low. Don't get too excited, but trend is still down intraday. Still a hard downtrend, but QQQ still down 0.46. SPY just basically flat to negative. Google still ripping up 3.76. Apple up 1.5. NVIDIA down 2.3. Microsoft down 1.81. Amazon down 0.45. Tesla down 2.34. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's another stock. Interestingly enough, you would have favored Tesla to bounce with the rate cut narrative. Very sensitive to interest rates. Right now, 10 and 2-year yield are down again pretty sharply. IWM trying to go for another breakout here. Can it do it? Can it do it? Guys, I'm going to take some Lotto SPY calls, 658 0 DTEs. I'm going to keep I would say a 20% stop loss on these. Let me just see the 1-minute chart here. Yeah, we are looking a little bit trendy. All right, I'm in next little dip. I'm going to get long the 658 SPY calls. This is high risk, guys. Again, we're trying to take a counter trend here. I'm looking for them to retest 95 cents a call, and they're right now 97. All right, I just took a fill there, guys. High risk, high risk. Again, this is very high risk trading. Got filled at 92 cents on SPY, 668 calls. My stop loss on these calls will be 75 cents. NVIDIA is still trying to push. SPY still weak, guys. It's very weak. Come on, S&P, bounce a little bit. You know you want to. You sold off enough for now. Give us a little bit of a breather. first profit target is going to be around 655. I'd look to trim half the position. Keep going. Nice squeeze here. Good breakout. That's a good breakout there on your smaller time frame. Nice squeeze, guys. We got a really good entry on those calls. Really good entry. Rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it. Come on, get above prior day high. Your IWM is trying to break out now. We need Meta to start going. We need Tesla, Microsoft. Come on, you got some more room to run. You got some more room to run, Spy. IWM's trying again. Better not be no liquidity grab. Bitcoin's still sucking. NVDA is still weak. Meta's still weak. Come on, push it. Should get it. IWM's trying to break. Come on, Spy. Give us our little bit of a higher high. Come on. Spy's looking a little bit more constructive. You do have the VIX getting somewhat faded here. VIX could have an inside bar 10-minute bearish pattern. NVIDIA is looking constructive. No bounce yet in Meta. IWM is still trying here. Come on, Spy. Pump it up. That's not a good 2-minute candle. It's a bit of a bearish hanging man candle. Needs to get above that. IWM is trying again, guys. IWM going for another little breakout attempt here. Come on, Spy. Just get through this resistance. Recapture prior day low. NVIDIA is still trying to curl. Spy's green. IWM up 1.13. Still just a tough. All right, I think we're going to break out here, guys. I think we should break out. Your VIX slightly curling down. 10-minute bear flag on the VIX. Here we go. Come on. Get through prior day low and we could see a little bit of a buying spree impulse candle breakout. Contracts are starting to rip. IWM breaking out to a high a day. Looking a little bit better now. Here we go. Beautiful move so far. Contracts are ripping, guys. Contracts are ripping. IWM's trying to get that breakout of an inverse head and shoulders. Still seeing rejection off that prior day low. We need to make a higher high soon. Wow. Come on, S&P. What are you doing? Wow. Still hard rejection off of that prior day low. Come on. IWM still looking decent here. SPY and Qs though, fucking dirty. Just one of those days where they keep selling those breakouts. They just pummeled breakout buyers there. They absolutely pummeled them. That's crazy. Look at that rejection. That is just downright dirty. Holy moly. Breakout buyers are getting slapped today. It's definitely a counter trend trading session again. Picks right back up. SPY's still chopping down. IWM still trying to hold a breakout, but nasty little rejection yet again off of that prior day low on SPY. Meta right back down. NVDA still down 2. Microsoft still looking heavy. All right, another attempt. Come on. Give us another attempt. Come on, S&P. Get through that prior day low this time. Come on. Okay, contracts are starting to wake up again. Come on, get us through that level. We should get through it now. That was a definite slap. Come on. Not gonna slap us down again. Come on. Keep going, SPY. Keep going. Again, my first trim would be 655 area. IWM still looking positive, but wow, SPY. Dirty dog. Come on, S&P. Get through that area. Get through that area. VIX is coming back down. All right, can we get our first little intraday higher high? Meta is starting to catch some liquidity. IWM, another higher high there. This looks poised here, guys. These contracts could rip here. Come on. We're ripping here. We're ripping. We're going to squeeze here, guys. This is a good breakout here. Hitting the top of the wedge. 655 is my first trim zone. 655. A little bit of selling here, but we got a nice candle close above prior day high. You've also got IWM is squeezing. This market could make a quick impulse move back to that 4 a.m. high. Look at this. Look at this coming in. All right, contracts are ripping here. Almost up 50% on my contracts, guys. Almost up 50%. Let's go, let's go. Come on. Push it, push it. SoFi ripping. Meta trying to catch some liquidity. VIX is getting faded hard here. Come on, SPY. You got more. So we are still putting lower highs. So this is a big area. This could be our first intraday higher high on the trading session for SPY. We need to see a nice close. And then the really big level for this market to squeeze into the afternoon is a close on your 10 and 15 minute chart above your 4 a.m. high. That's where we've been rejected multiple times today. Beautiful price action, guys. All right, where IWM is squeezing here, Meta firming up. A lot of oversold stocks, and you have a lot of relative strength in the market from other S&P 500 sectors. So I still think we're going to have a somewhat decent close. But we need to break some bearish structure here. Potential W formation on your intraday SPY chart. Big zone here for SPY. Falling wedge pattern attempt at a breakout. Come on, SPY. Get through this vicinity. You can do it. You can do it. That 5-minute EMA 113 is all the way at 658.18. It's kind of where I think we're going to push to. All right, nice squeeze here, guys. Getting some positive price action hitting the tape. Don't let your calls go against you. I'm up 50%. I'm up 50% here. Let's rip it. This is a good move. Good move. We are setting a potential higher high here in SPY. VIX is setting a little bit of an intraday lower low. Beautiful little falling wedge pattern breakout. $6.55, guys. $6.55. Come on. Let's get to see. Look at the Russell. The Russell's a beast right now. Squeezing. Come on, SPY. You got more. So we did get a 2-minute higher high there. 3-minute potential close in the next minute and a half. 5-minute candle. Yep, we did get a 5-minute higher high. That's positive. Very positive 5-minute close. Giving us our first higher high to trade against. Trend is slowly starting to shift. 655 just tapped there, guys. 655 just tapped there. All right, I just took a 1/3 trim. Going to keep a stop loss at break even. Nice profit there on SPY calls from 92 cents to $1.04, guys. Sorry, $1.44. You can even get a better fill than me. That was a nice 53% gain. I'm still holding runners. Stops are in place. Let's see what we can get here. Russell's squeezing, guys. Next big area is that 4 a.m. high. 4 a.m. high is a big zone for the market. Come on, Mega Cap Tech. Get it. Get squeezing, Mega Cap Tech. We need Meta to put in some work. Tesla's trying to put in some work. Microsoft's still deeply red. Can they turn these mega caps green? That's the big question. Look at that Russell 2000 inverted head and shoulders. Targets are up here around 234 and change, guys. Yeah, everything's looking a little bit squeezy here. There's a lot of built up energy, a lot of oversold charts. Obviously, a lot of stocks are just pummeled. Tempest AI has turned green. Meta's still trying to push here above 587, but still a little bit weak. That Russell 2000, guys, is ripping right now. Come on, give us a nice afternoon trend. Rip us. Take NVIDIA green, take Meta green, take Microsoft green, pump these mega cap techs. Russell's looking solid though, guys. That IWM looking really, really decent. Can see the targets. You know, this previous bearish gap on the Russell's a big zone here. Let's see what else we can get for the Russell here. Meta's starting to rip. SoFi trying to firm up a little bit. Your VIX has now gone negative, guys. Your UVXY and VIX has gone negative. So you are seeing a nice bid. Come on. Potential W formation about to trigger. We're still under that 4 a.m. high. That is the key area for your S&P. NVIDIA catching some decent liquidity right now. Definitely firming up on NVIDIA's chart. SoFi acting well. That's getting a nice liquidity bounce. It's only a couple percent away from that $25 strike. SPY's looking good, guys. SPY's looking good. We're even stretched from your 10-minute EMA. I mean, 5 minutes EMA still at 658. Our 658 calls are ripping, guys. Ripping, ripping, ripping. Hopefully you guys are able to take that trade with me. Come on, keep going, markets. You got more in you. Afternoon trend, again. It's always a matter how the markets close, which dictate probabilities. The open was super bearish. Will the close be bullish? 4 a.m. high retest here, guys. 4 a.m. high retest on SPY. Big zone here. Really big area. Our calls are printing. Absolutely printing, guys. But I want more. SoFi trying to firm up. Lots of bullish liquidity. Now price action could be entering that short covering mode and then long chasing, right? Could have that feedback loop where shorts cover, longs chase. 4 a.m. high. We're blasting through that 4 a.m. high. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Meta's still negative. Tesla's still negative. Microsoft's still down 1.55. NVIDIA's still down 0.89. So imagine they take NVIDIA green, Microsoft green, Meta green, JP Morgan, Netflix still red. NVIDIA definitely firming up quite nicely. Big hourly chart bounce. Wow, squeezing. Our SPY calls are printing, guys, to the high side. 0 DTE power. Beautiful. Just printed up over 100% there, guys. Over 100% on our 658 calls, but I'm still holding. I want to see this at least hit these calls, get in the money. I think we can retest this high pivot here. SPY potential upside move is all the way to 660. That's where the max upside extension move I see today is 660. But 658 will be a wall, that's for sure. IWM is still squeezing. Can't stop, won't stop. Squeeze that Russell, baby. Squeeze it. Still have NVIDIA down 0.86. Microsoft still down 1.64%. So the big question is Microsoft going to start to participate here? It hasn't even gotten going yet. Crazy. Look at Microsoft, how oversold it is down here. Coming into that daily 200. So if Microsoft can start to join this S&P party and NASDAQ party, it'll definitely help. You know, it's a big weighting in your IGV. It hinders or helps your cloud stocks. Obviously, it's a big NASDAQ component. So keep watch of Microsoft because that really hasn't even started to get going yet. Nice reversal. Come on, Marcus. You got more in you. You still got a lot of oversold names. A lot of oversold names. Meta is still negative. Microsoft, no bid yet in Microsoft, guys. Mr. Softy. Mr. Softy is going to be key, guys. You start to see that pick up steam here. Right now it's at 470 and a quarter. And this is going to send SPY even higher here. Meta is still struggling. Tesla's still down 1%. NVIDIA almost going green, down 0.5% right now. Google's still up 2.94. Semiconductors are breathing a little bit of life back into the market. A little bit of life. IWM still beasting. Microsoft still chopping around, guys. Microsoft is still chopping around. NVIDIA is still acting well. NVIDIA is putting in a really potentially nasty bottoming tail candle. We'll see. All right, Microsoft's trying to get going. Bitcoin's still down 4%, trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. Look at that S&P ripper. Ripping. Go, 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 S&P. 4 a.m. high. So we got that first initial 5-minute candle close above 4 a.m. high. We're looking to potentially confirm the 5-minute breakout here. That's a good resistance area that slapped us down numerous times today. So it's a big zone. Microsoft's starting to get a little bit of liquidity as well, guys. MSFT trying. Yeah, if you get a rejection here, it can dump hard for sure. Absolutely. But it's looking a little bit more constructive. You've had the VIX turn negative. You know, semiconductors are looking positive. It is our first higher high. You know, the difference between these rejections here, these rejections on that 4 a.m. high were all lower highs pretty much setups. And now we've actually got a higher low, higher low, higher low, and a higher high. So I'm not saying you can't get slapped down. You could easily retrace down to prior day low. But the structure of the setup is a touch different than what these attempts were. And you're breaking out of a falling wedge as well. So, and look at the Russell. I mean, the Russell setup right now, you know, even RSP is just absolutely ripped. QQQ looking constructive, still very oversold. Qs are still underneath its prior day low, so that's a big zone as well. It's a very, very big zone. But since you have liquidity coming back into NVIDIA, you have semiconductor liquidity coming in, AMD, Microsoft's still extremely oversold. That would be another positive catalyst for the market. Tesla's trying to bounce quite a bit here. Apple's taking a bit of a breather, so these are consolidating, putting in potential bull flags. Google backing off a little bit here. So we'll see what happens here. S&P just squeezing, IWM squeezing, guys. Look at this move here. Crazy. SPY calls are up over 100%, 105, 10. It is printing. Look at this move, guys. Beautiful. Contracts are absolutely flying. Up over 125% on my SPY calls, guys, and I think that there's more. I'm going to hold and be a little bit greedy as Microsoft is just joining the party. Meta hasn't even joined the party yet. That's crazy. Again, make sure you protect the trade if you're long, but I'm going to keep looking for more gains here. Meta hasn't even gone green. Still negative. Microsoft's trying to firm up now. We could still see a pretty big end of week squeeze here. Market is set up for an unwinding of short positions and a loading the boat for a bit of a Santa Claus rally. Things are looking pretty juicy right now. Microsoft getting going. Come on, SoFi, get into that 25 handle. Trying to get going. Again, can you see a little bit of backing and filling? For sure, that's usually what happens, but really, you haven't even seen Meta and Microsoft break out yet. They're just starting to warm up here. So you should get some follow through from these other mega cap tech names, which would obviously help in a big way. I think the IWM might take a bit of a breather and your NASDAQ is going to see that volume. Look at your Qs, guys. Your Qs are starting to wake up pretty sharply here. Wow, SPY calls are ripping, guys. Almost 658s are almost in the money, guys. 658 SPY calls are almost in the money, baby. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Beautiful. That is crazy. Still pushing up over 125% on these calls. Yeah, we caught SPY calls. I'm still long. Up over 130%, 35, 658s are coming. Squeeze it. You still haven't even had Microsoft still down 1.3, Nvidia still negative, Meta still negative. I feel like they want to turn Nvidia, Meta green at the very minimum. They're probably going to turn Tesla green. Your QQQ is up 0.36%, so we're barely up on the NASDAQ here, guys. Russell's up over 2%. Jeez, Russell could have like a 4% day. It's crazy. This market is seeing a nice FOMO squeeze, short covering, and buy the dip full force. Come on, Meta, get going. Microsoft ripping now. This rally feels very weak. We'll see. They've slaughtered the VIX, guys. They slaughtered the VIX. I think the rally's looking pretty decent here. You've got your setting in the next 5 minutes, 6 seconds, you get this 5-minute candle close, you get another higher high. So it's looking pretty solid. It's looking pretty solid in my eyes. QQQ just got a first prior day high. Could you see some backing and filling? Yes, you could, but markets are still, you still got Microsoft down 1.24%, and it's not like Microsoft's extended. It's oversold on your daily. Very oversold. Meta's still negative. Tesla's still negative. Obviously, things need to breathe and see some consolidation, but you still have a lot of strength underneath the hood of the market. Excuse me. But retrace of this high to low move takes Qs back to 594-ish. SPY going for another high of day. Push it. Look at that. 658 SPY calls, guys, are almost in the money, baby. Look at that, guys. Beautiful price action. Keep it going, S&P. Meta's still negative, trying to go green. Tesla's still negative. Microsoft, Nvidia is still negative. Could see a little bit of profit taking here, but still think that there's more of an upside. I think we're going to build a bull flag pattern, maybe intraday, and see a continuation. Our 658 SPY calls are almost in the money, guys. Meta's starting to participate now. Meta's turning green. Again, if you have Meta and Microsoft turn green, this will be a nice trending afternoon. Go, go, go. Bitcoin trying to also firm up a little bit, just a touch here. A little bit of selling there. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see a right shoulder build here. Then you have another big inverse head and shoulders potentially building. Still got a lot of mag names that are oversold. Meta, Microsoft. You got bull flags potentially forming on Apple intraday chart. It's got a lot of relative strength still in the market today. Meta's green on the session. Again, there's a lot of VIX liquidity that they could sell today, guys. Quite a bit of VIX liquidity that they can dump into the market and pump up mega caps. That's usually what happens is they sell VIX and continuously buy megas. Let's see. Again, we're getting a little extended here intraday on the 5 and 10-minute chart, especially on the Russell, but QQQ still has room, guys. Qs still have room to run. You would favor maybe a pullback, create a right shoulder, then we have a little bit of another bullish pattern, but we're seeing definitely some participation creeping back into the market for mega cap tech. Meta's looking a bit better. It still's got a lot of work to do, but turning green. Google still up 3. Apple still looking constructive, up 1.5. Microsoft still oversold, down 1.24. NVIDIA is still negative. Gold's turned green. Crude oil. Bitcoin's trying to find a little bit of support, still sucking on the session for BTC. NVIDIA, small pullback on NVIDIA. Minor pullback. S&P, minor pullback. $11.45. Still got 4 hours and 15 minutes left, so just think about what we just did here in such a quick span. We still got just over 4 hours left. So I'm thinking what's probably going to be setting up here, guys, is wherever we start to bottom out here, maybe it's at that 4 a.m. high we pull back to. But I'm thinking we're going to have a symmetrical move. So this high to wherever we pull back to is probably where we can have an extension move to. So, say it's that 4 a.m. high we pull back to. I mean, SPY could push all the way to 662.50. So you want to see a little bit of consolidation to make sure that this is a bit more sustainable. If that's the pullback, I mean, that would be nasty. 663.50, that would be crazy. Like, come on, give us. I want to see it pull back a little bit, consolidate at the very minimum. Retesting that high, that 4 a.m. high would be not a bad thing for the structure of the market. But you never know. This market has a mind of its own. A lot of stocks are turning green here. So wherever we basically put in the low of the consolidation flag pattern here is where I think we'll get an extension move to. So let's see. Microsoft still trying to firm up a little bit. SoFi still. SVIX is now green, up 2%. Look at DataVolt, guys. Wow, did that give you a backtest entry the other day? Holy moly, DVLT looks like it wants to squeeze, guys. Molina Healthcare is still acting well. Tempest AI seeing a nice bounce, guys. Natural gas stocks are bouncing. OKE looks like it's ready for a bit of a breakout. Schlumberger has had a nice back test and reversal. SLB. Interesting. Banking stocks are trying to firm up a little bit. LiDAR stocks are looking decent. Herbalife up 14. DraftKings up 4. Lululemon firming up quite steadily. PayPal's trying to firm up here. Wow, look at SPY, guys. 658 SPY calls are absolutely printing here. Printing. We did tap them in the money there, guys. That's crazy. Let's look at this SPX chart. Wow, are they going to have a failed bearish breakdown, guys? So head and shoulders, the bigger one, we're back above the neckline currently speaking. This could be a big failed breakdown on your S&P 500. Could it be a failed bearish pattern? That would be lovely to see. And again, stocks have every rhyme or reason to rally. If that wasn't the Bank of Japan selling equities and assets and that was just a pure dump on no rate cut in December, now the fact that we have the rate cut back on the table, we can easily pump. So if this was a rate cut sell-off, we could easily pump here. Come on, market, get going some more. Meta is still negative, slightly. Microsoft still down 1.2. SoFi still down 1.73. Bitcoin still down 3.21. NVDA still down 0.5%. S&P still looking constructive here. $6.58 SPY calls are in the money, baby. Pump it up. Pump it up. Pump it up. Pump it up. SPY only up 0.83. Qs are up 0.48. Russell up 2.39. I feel like they're going to slow the Russell down a little bit and pump the mags up here, guys. That's what my expectation is. QQQ, I mean, a simple retest could take us all the way back up to 594. If things get really squeezy here at the end of the day. SoFi trying to break a bull flag on your 10-minute. Microsoft still oversold and consolidating. Meta turning back slightly green. A little bit of potential bull flag consolidation in the market. Can we get above this high volume reversal candle on the Qs? That level is 589.80-ish. $6.58 SPY calls are printing, guys. Printing. We are in full squeeze mode right now. Baby, let's go. Rip it. Rip it. Get me 200%, baby. Get me 200% on these calls. Let's go. SoFi trying to break a 10-minute bull flag pattern. Still rarely, you don't even have any participation yet from Meta or Microsoft. Just shows you, I mean. Come on, SoFi. Go turn green on the session, SoFi. That IWM is squeezy. Microsoft and Meta, can they help this S&P for the next leg higher? Calls are ripping, guys. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Meta trying to get above 590. Microsoft and Meta are now starting to squeeze. This is where SPY can really get squeezy, guys. This is getting a little bit crazy. Crazy. Here we go. Wave that magic wand. We're up over 200% on SPY calls, guys. 200% on SPY calls. My upside extension move is 660. But the symmetrical move, if things get really crazy, is 663. All right, guys, I took a small trim on SPY, 200% gain. 200% gain. I trimmed 3 more contracts, so I've sold 6. I still have another 6 on the table. Leaving runners. I've trimmed half the position. The whole trade is risk-free. We are deep in profits. I think we can consolidate and still push higher. I still think that they might want to take NVIDIA and Microsoft green. Beautiful little trades there. But we should see maybe a little bit of consolidation. That would not surprise me. Meta trying to wake up now. Come on, Meta. Imagine they push Meta to 600. That would be a 10-point move. That would be insane. That could happen. There's a lot of interest around that 600 area. It's psychological. You have a massive volume-weighted average price sitting at 602.69. That's a longer-term daily chart VWAP. SoFi trying, Snapchat trying, Bitcoin only down 2.4%. Microsoft starting to get going now. Let's go, let's go. QQQ still look at BTC trying to get going. BITO trying to make a reversal. Again, the market could use a tiny bit of a breather, but things are looking definitely a little bit interesting here. Go BTC. Can they take BITO green, guys? That would be pretty crazy as well. Can they take it green? Look at Bitcoin starting to participate. This is where the structure of the market is different. We are squeezing. Look at this bullish reversal. Fuck yeah. Sorry for my language. Hope there's no kids' presents. Look at this SPX fucking weekly candle. Still super, super depressed down here. Weekly 20 moving average acting as support. SPX bouncing sharply. Let's go. SoFi breaking out, guys. Our SoFi calls are now waking up. Damn. Things are starting to turn around here in the market. Our calls on SPY are a full $1.50 in the money, and we bought them down here before the breakout, guys. Everyone should have printed. Look at the squeeze. Let's go. Beautiful. Fuck yeah. Beautiful. That rate cut. That looks like the market's maybe sold off on that rate cut expectation, and now all of a sudden it's flipped with the rate cut back in place. Fuck yeah, guys. Profits locked in place. Look at this. We're almost at bullish. We are ripping, guys. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Friday pump, guys. Christmas Santa Claus. Damn. About fucking time. Yesterday was a killer day for me. Fucking lost like too much money. And today making it all back. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Look at the green tickers appearing on the screen. Datavolt up 30%. Holy moly. Rocket Labs turning green. Tempest up 6. Positions are ripping. Oh my god. 660 on SPY, guys. This is insane. Insane price action. Alright, guys. I have to take another trim on SPY. 658 calls here. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous, guys. All right, 375 locked in another 3 contracts. That's insane, guys. From 92 cents called out here. Oh my goodness, up over 300% there, guys. Beautiful, beautiful. Meta's just participating. Microsoft, SoFi, get going. Look at this reversal. Ooh, damn, things are looking juicy. Things are looking juicy, guys. It's crazy. Holy symmetrical move now in play. Bullish TP has extended and been tagged, but now we are looking at extending into the symmetrical measured move, which is all the way up here at 663. This is a big resistance, 10-minute chart area, but wow, what a reversal, guys. That is just a filthy, filthy move. You don't see stuff like that all the time, that's for sure. Meta still trying to squeeze. SoFi almost taking our calls green, guy. Well, we're up nicely on our SoFi calls now. This is just getting squeezy. Again, if you haven't locked in profits, I would suggest you do so. It's a big area here, guys. This is a big zone. Just be very, very careful. Be very careful. Look at the squeeze. Ooh, man, FOMO season is for real, man. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. Damn, we are squeezing. Look at that market, guys. Oh my goodness gracious me, guys. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous, guys. That was a squeeze and a half, guys. And believe it or not, we could still maybe go a touch higher here. Um, after a little bit of backing and filling. It's only 12 o'clock, guys. It's only 12 o'clock. Can you believe that? That's ridiculous. What a day. What a day, guys. Yesterday I was down 30. Today I've basically made pretty much all of that back with the positions in my portfolio. And I think that there's still more upside. Whew. That was filthy, guys. Those contracts, 305% gain on those SPY calls. Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business with you all. And I still think that we could squeeze a little bit more, guys. I still think that there's some interesting targets that could, I could still see Meta pushing. I could still see them taking NVIDIA and Microsoft. If Microsoft goes green, you can imagine that where SPY is going to go. That would probably take us to the symmetry move here, guys. If Bitcoin starts to really squeeze here, guys, this will be a crazy session. Yeah, I could buy Christmas gifts again, guys. Oh, those down days like yesterday really, really mess with your psyche sometimes, and it's always tough to lose money, right? It's always tough. And again, the day's not over. I mean, they could easily rip us right back down. I doubt it, but stranger things have happened, right? We have to respect the market, be humble, but it was a rough day for me yesterday, for sure, in the long-term port. Never a good day when you lose that much money, especially when you were looking, you know, at the highs of the day. I was up over like 20, 25K, and then that reversal smacked me down 30. So, I mean, you look at it a 50K swing, it's always tough, right? It's always very tough. Dash Kellogg's nice words there. Down days are just sacrifices to the market gods. Yeah. Yeah, the down days are the ones that teach you for sure. Remember the day that QQQ got 10% in a day? Yeah. Yeah, stranger things have happened. Qs could push. If they push mega cap tech here, there's a lot of liquidity in what you call in the VIX that's been popped up over the last couple days that they could absolutely liquidate. I would not be surprised. That's for sure. The markets had that huge sell-off. There's still a lot of potential that could sell this market. If Bitcoin starts to really get going here, that'll add some extra life into the party. BTC is showing a bit of a 15-minute potential breakout pattern here. And it's a Friday, right? They usually sell the VIX pretty sharply. We'll see. But look at Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's trying to quietly climb here, guys. If it can break out of this pattern, you're going to see extra confidence in the market because a lot of the trends have been lately is that the market and the QQQ and Bitcoin have disconnected, right? So if the Bitcoin can really start to bounce here and turn positive, you're going to get an extra buy program in the market. Microsoft now starting. Mega cap tech is starting to wake up again, guys. NVIDIA's green. Rip it. Yeah, what a day, guys. What a day. Holy moly. Look at Data Vault, guys. This is just fucking ripping. Holy moly. This market is on next level. Holy moly, guys. I mean, fucking 50% almost up on our DVLT here, coming into a wide range red bar, but I think you're going to get into this. I think Data Vault's going to try to break through this wide range red bar. That's where I'd probably look to sell a little bit more. Right into that wide range. That would be a nice 50% gain. And we've been pounding the table on DVLT. That's intense. Microsoft starting to get going. Let's go. My goodness. My goodness gracious me. If Bitcoin guys can do what I think it could do, I mean, you could see Bitcoin turning green today. That would not surprise me. I think BTC can really squeeze. Market's holding really solid structure up here, guys. It looks like it wants to go higher. It's looking beast. Microsoft is now starting to participate, guys. This is getting a little bit crazy. Market is in full squeeze mode, guys. Full squeeze mode. Baby, let's go. Bitcoin just starting to get going, guys. It's going to break out here. Bitcoin can trigger, guys, this inverted head and shoulders. You're going to see crypto stocks squeeze. Mara, Bitfarms, Coin, MicroStrategy, they are some of the most beaten down stocks. And that'll add additional fuel to the fire in the NASDAQ trade because everyone says Bitcoin and the NASDAQ have decoupled. So if this can recapture, we'll see. Again, it's not a matter how markets open or trade in trades, it's a matter how they close. We haven't closed yet, but so far this is an epic falling wedge pattern breakout. I still have 3 more 658 calls that are basically up 300%. Wow. What a day, guys. What a day. Come on, go, go, go. SoFi, almost at 25 bucks, guys. Still riding the $25 lottos. SoFi, come on. We are up nicely from 15 cents entry. They're trading at between 23, 25 right now. So they're acting very, very well. Things are looking great. Meta trying to firm up. NVDA is starting to get going. Microsoft still trending. Snapchat making a bullish reversal off of the lows. Bitfarms is still down sharply, 5.7. Can they turn Bitfarms green? That would be crazy. If they can turn Bitfarms green off of this Bitcoin breakout. Look at the S&P. Fuck yeah, let's go. Jeez, man. What a day. Look at SPY, new high of. Let's go. Fuck yeah, guys. It's good to be a bull some days. Yesterday was not. Today, it is a good bullish day. We are ripping. Let's go. Boom. Microsoft still could go green, guys. Netflix probably going to turn green. Bitcoin probably going to turn green. Boom. Pump us up. Let's go. Fucking Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, what a reversal to the upside today, guys. That is crazy. All right, guys, I trimmed half of my SoFi calls. Half of my SoFi calls I just trimmed at 25 cents, locking in 10 cents per share. Beautiful. SoFi made that epic reversal as well. I still think it can get 25 in the money, but took a small trim there on SoFi. Beautiful reversal off of the lows, guys. And I still have BITO. 1350s and 14s. 14s are crazy. I don't think those will hit. But 1350s, I'm already in profit. What a day, guys. Stunning price action across the board. Amazing to see. Thank you very much. So SoFi locked in 70% gain, guys, on my SoFi calls. Stop is at break even. Again, SoFi is still a beast right now, ripping. Look at that, $25 calls are almost in the money, guys. I still think that they're going to turn SoFi green. Look at this epic bottoming tail on SoFi. SPY's still holding value. Peter likes Friday. I love it. All right, I don't want to get too cocky though, but securing some gains. Look at Tempest now up 6.7. Rock Lab's up 1.3. Datavolt's still pushing. I mean, holy moly. Yeah, stay composed is right. You got to stay humble. You just got to thank the market for basically, giving you this bounce. Obviously, we bought into fear there, but we still got to stay humble because you can easily see a big profit taking. The audio is cutting out. Is the audio cutting out on YouTube, guys? Or is it just the Telegram stream? Let me unplug my mic here for a second. I'll reset the audio. Yeah, the market can give it, the market can take it. Exactly. Internet speed might be slow. Maybe. It says my thing is okay. Excellent connection on YouTube. Let me see. I'll unplug my audio. Let's do a mic check here. Hopefully that's better for you, Peter. SoFi still good. A little bit of a breather here in your NASDAQ stocks, guys, which is what's to be expected. I mean, S&P now up 1.2%, guys. That is filthy. Perfect. Thank you, guys, on YouTube. We're all good on YouTube. Bitcoin's still trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders here, guys. If BTC can do this here, again, we got a big squeeze to 90K. I'm really hoping it can do that for us. I'd love to see that. Perfect. Again, consolidation would be ideal for the market. That's typically what you want to see. Snapchat trying to push. Come on, BTC, get through this zone. Get through this zone. NVIDIA taking a little bit of breather. The meta still looks pretty constructive, like it's trying to push a touch higher here. SoFi still holding really strong value, guys. Meta now taking another leg higher, pushing. Come on, BTC, give us that breakout. Dixie still holding above 100, but getting choppy up here. Yields are trying to turn a little bit green here, making a bit of a reversal. VIX is still getting slammed. Gold still positive, crude oil still down. A little bit of selling coming into your S&P. Again, Bitcoin's still negative on the session, guys. BTC is trying to break out here. Still very oversold on your larger time frame levels. I feel like even if the market dips, maybe BTC can show some signs of life and push. So still negative. NVIDIA back to the negative side, seeing a little bit. Tom C saying market will be fine. And if BTC can't, well, I mean, it's still just going to be oversold. If it can't, it can't. I mean, that's just the way it is. It's looking like it wants to. Certainly hitting big levels. SoFi $25 calls are almost in the money again, guys. SoFi, boom. SoFi just crossed $25 calls are in the money, guys. SoFi green on the session up 0.36%, making a very solid bullish reversal and squeezing. Let's go, baby. Open door squeezing higher here. Datavolt still up 34%. Tempest AI now up 6.8. Rigetti turning green. Still got a few. My MSTR is still red. Dragonfly red. Nat gas stocks are trying to push. Quantum stocks, QBTS and IonQ are still red. Nike having a solid day. What else we got? Baxter, that's ripping up 6.6. Weebles turned green. Everything turning green here, guys. It's looking like a broad-based rally. SoFi ripping. Yeah. If it can, it can. If it no can, it no can. Meta's still trying to trend. Microsoft's still acting well. Look at SoFi, guys. Calls are ripping. Absolutely ripping, guys. We're pushing up over almost 100% on our SoFi calls. We should hit that. A little bit of selling. A little bit of selling coming in. BTC still trying to hold steady here. A little bit of selling coming in. Again, this is a definitely a big resistance. Some intraday consolidation would be ideal for potential continuation to the upside. You still have Microsoft, NVDA, JP Morgan, Netflix red. Still a handful of stocks red on the charts. Market's still acting well, guys, holding technical structure. Big bounce in your US dollar, guys. So the Dixie is seeing a bit of liquidity flowing into it. On BITO, go green. Go green. So just spitballing here, but if our BITO, well, if we hit BITO 1350s, they should be up about 200% or so. If our BITO 1350 calls hit $14, that would be up over 1100%. Let me just see if my $14 calls hit. What if my $14 calls hit? Let me see what that would be. I'm spitballing here. I mean, you gotta love the lotto plays on crypto. I mean, if anything can do it, you know it's Bitcoin. Again, if my $14, and it's a long shot, guys. I mean, it's not something you want to full port into. But if let's see if those hit. I already know how many I have. What do I have? 6 of them. Okay. SoFi ripping, guys. SOFI. Next leg higher, guys. We're printing on our SoFi calls. Up over 100%. Today is a great day, guys. Great day. Amazing. 110%. Still riding. Still riding, guys. Let's go. Market's looking strong. Potential bull flag building. Meta ripping. Microsoft starting to break out, guys. This is a crazy potential day, guys. Crazy day. Come on, BTC, break out. We haven't really seen that impulse short covering rally in crypto yet. How's Ethereum doing? Yeah, ETH is breaking out, guys, literally right now. So Bitcoin's probably gonna do the same thing here. Yeah, ETH is starting to get going. That's great. Good to see. Good to see Bitcoin. Go, go, go. Come on, BITO. Go, go, go. Dixie, after it popped a little bit, still. Bitcoin is still down 1.4%, 1,200 bucks, guys. Come on. I'm in 1350 zeros for BITO, 1350 calls at 4 cents. And I'm also in $14 lottos. The $14 are kind of the crazy long shot, but even 1350s I'm expecting to hit. So I'm up about 50% on my 1350 BITO calls. But I want Bitcoin to break out here. I mean, you look at BITO, and it's certainly trying to go here. Bitcoin needs to trigger that breakout, right? It's trying. Meta looking a lot better now. That's trending. You know, Ethereum, ETH, USDT. Again, time obviously on 0DTs is not your friend. You can see it made a little bit of an attempt at pushing out there. And we'll see if the VIX wants to take another leg lower, guys. So the VIX so what I'm seeing here on the VIX, guys, is a bit of a failed bullish pattern intraday. So you can see the VIX was setting up this inverted head and shoulders, right? So the VIX was setting up this really interesting inverse head and shoulders, and the pattern failed. So if you broke out here, you know, the VIX was taking its next leg higher, which would have been another 10% move to the upside. This bullish pattern has failed. So, you know, basically a $2.50 move to the upside, we can replicate that down from this lower head, and a $2.50 drop on the VIX takes us down back to about 2267, which would obviously send the markets much, much higher. So that's just what I'm seeing intraday as well. The VIX could potentially be failing here. Again, the markets have had a really strong rally. It could still use a bit of consolidation here, but if that VIX starts to fail and take its next leg lower, we're going to get a slingshot move, a really big impulse move to the upside, I think. Even though we've had a strong one, there's still potentially one brewing under the hood of this market. It's 12:30. We still have Microsoft down. JP Morgan and certain financials are still down. You're getting a little bit of profit taking, but this little intraday consolidation is somewhat healthy. Somewhat healthy for now. I mean, there's a ton of resistance here, but we are setting up some good consolidation in the market. BTC kind of getting a little bit of rejection here. Minor rejection, that is. Your VIX is trying to move up a little bit. Oh, I need to go grab some lunch. 12:30, man. 12:30. Datavolt still up 35%, guys. We've been pounding the table on DVLT in the chat. I mean, damn. That's crazy. Can't believe Tempest is back up 6.8%. Good to see Tempest. TTD finally catching a little bit of a bid. I like to see that. ENVX pumping. Quantum stocks could still turn green. You figure this pump in the market, quantum stocks probably want to go green still. Crypto FOMO already? I mean, Bitcoin has been slaughtered, guys. Crypto's been slaughtered. In 3 weeks, you've eradicated more than $1 trillion. Like, that's not no, that's some big liquidity for the crypto market, right? Tesla is up now 1.35% and trending, looking pretty beast. Strong day for Chipotle, strong day for Starbucks. Look at Starbucks up 4.5. Nice session. Beautiful. PayPal ripping. It's a lot of strength today. Like I said, that I was discussing that RSP UPS, guys. UPS is just a beast here. Finally seeing UPS reacting well, man. Look at UPS. Some really, really interesting daily candles, guys. What's really fascinating about this decline is you had so many charts getting obliterated, oversold into this decline, and you got a lot of charts that are still trying to break out here. You know, names like Chipotle are still beaten down. PayPal still absolutely killed down here. UPS is still oversold. What else? We got Constellation Brands still just extremely oversold and trying to break out now, literally this week. A lot of names are still oversold down here. Come on, Bitcoin, make your next leg higher. It's just freaking trying to burn. I feel like we're going to see Bitcoin really start to make that impulse move, guys, very soon. It's close. Your VIX is starting to look a little bit dicey here. Ethereum's really trying. Come on, Bitcoin, you know you want to. Data Vault. Oh my goodness gracious me. Look at DVLT, guys. All right, I am trimming my Data Vault here, guys. I'm going to sell another half of the position. Holy moly. Look at that. That is just intense. Wow, guys. All right, guys, I just took a fill. $2.45 sell there on DVLT. 245 sell. Locked in some more gains. Sold another half. Oh my goodness. Look at that pump. That was insane. That's insane, guys. DVLT, one of the strongest stocks in the market today. It's just a melt up for DataVolt. That's crazy. Clinical price action. It's going even higher, 247 DVLT. Oh my goodness. It's squeezing, guys. Holy moly. I locked in 56.7% gain there, guys, on DVLT. Huge gain. Come on, BTC. Get going. What a candle there. Oh my god, DataVolt. You're a beast. What a beast, guys. What a crazy move there. That's intense. All right, come on, BTC. Break it. VIX is going lower, guys. Your VIX is getting crushed. A bit of a potential 10-minute bear flag about to break on the VIX. Could send biddy. Come on, BTC is coiled here. Come on, Bitcoin. You look at Ethereum, guys. Ethereum is also trying to get going here. Let's look at Mara. Mara's trying to break out. MSTR is still red on the session. Interesting. You still got some names. I feel like most stocks probably going to turn green today, guys. The names that are red, currently speaking, are probably going to turn green. Meta now 594 and squeezing. Crazy day. Crazy day. Look at Tempest. Tempest is squeezing. Everything is squeezing here, guys. We're probably going to make new highs in the S&P. That would not shock me. You know, you still got nuclear names that are lagging a little bit, but trying to now bounce and firm up off of the lows. Very interesting. Well, yeah, come on, crypto. Join the party, crypto. Join the party. Meta pushing. Meta is pushing. VIX going lower, guys. Here comes BTC. Come on, break us out. SPY new high, guys. SPY new high. I'm still writing 3 of my 658 SPY calls, guys. I still have 3 contracts long. And oh my goodness gracious me, guys. Oh, come on. No, I don't think BTC is going to hit new all-time highs. I did a video last night for members about my expectations for BTC. I think we get a couple months relief rally. Still seeing some selling down here on Bitcoin, guys. Not quite ready to go. Still lagging a little bit. Not really seeing. Maybe they want to only pump it up on the weekend when the equity market's closed, but 1238, still got quite a bit of time. Ethereum seeing a little bit of selling. VIX trying to bounce a touch here. SPY tried running there, but they slapped it down a little bit there. Nothing crazy. They just are keeping this pinned right here. They're not wanting to break Bitcoin out yet. Again, the spread on the 1350s is 100%, so they're keeping it wide, which is telling me that they're expecting a move. Widespread on the contract is telling me that they're trying to get people to pay that premium. S&P is still trying to trend here. Bitcoin taking a little bit of a breather. Not ready yet. Meta coming in. S&P, NASDAQ selling off a touch here. You got your IWM is still up almost 3% here, guys. Look at the Russell. The Russell's barely pulled back. What a reversal, though, in the Russell. It's crazy. The Russell right now on the week is only down what is that? 0.75% down on the week. Imagine they wanted to take the Russell green on the week. That would be sending it to 239. No, that would actually need to send it to 237-ish, 237.50 to take the Russell pretty much green on the week. That could happen, guys. If they take the Russell green on the week, they could send it to 237.50. I mean, how crazy is? Look at that tight consolidation on the Russell. Pretty impressive. SPX still okay, guys. Let's look at the SPY daily chart here as well. Again, we've achieved quite a bit. So you've recaptured some critical levels. Actually, we'll go to the SPX chart. It's a little bit less messy. We'll look at some of these daily chart levels that so far we are recapturing. So the big head and shoulders that everyone was watching, let me remove these, is this trend line here. So that trend line we've now recaptured. There's still obviously this other smaller head and shoulders that the neckline retest would take SPX back to 6670, back to kind of your point of control retest of that 7-day moving average. So that's still the big area to beat for the bulls. The bulls want to basically have this bearish pattern fail and push it well above that zone. So we'll see if it wants to do that. Meta is starting to squeeze a little bit higher now as well. VIX is still selling off here, guys. Keep that SPY. No, we're not on Earth anymore. We've left. I'm taking a trip to Mars, and then maybe I'll visit Venus for the weekend. Come on, BTC, get going here. Get going. Take a little bit of a lunch break here. Still gonna watch things. And just like that, we've hit the symmetrical move on your S&P 500. What an absolute squeezer there. Crazy move. Yeah, my 658 SPY calls, guys, up over 500% at the high there. Quite crazy. Still holding 3 contracts. Up over 500% on the 658s. Craziness. Let's see if we can get more. I mean, we have fulfilled a crazy move, but markets can still, IWM can still hit 237, believe it or not. I personally wouldn't short this market yet. I think this is a short squeeze now. Crazy short squeeze. And short squeeze, VIX compression, Fed rate cut narrative changing. It's all the recipe for higher price. Don't get me wrong, are we extended? For sure, but I think everyone's kind of expecting the market to give way like it did yesterday. I just don't see that happening 2 days in a row. You've triggered a nice bullish inverse head and shoulders here on SPY. You might get a little bit of back testing, but this little 10-minute breakout pattern could send SPY, not today, but probably tomorrow or a Monday, could send SPY to 672 and change. Bitcoin is so close to breaking out here. I mean, it wants it so badly. It's just crazy. I'm shocked that BTC hasn't broken out just yet, but it wants it. Now, I don't know how much more upside the S&P has. we've had a remarkable move. I mean, Microsoft and Netflix are still negative, so maybe a little bit more. Maybe they want to take a green. You've got JP Morgan that turned green. You know, I'm really taking my cues from the Russell today, and I think the Russell around 237 is an interesting zone. I'm surprised BTC hasn't broken out yet. Look at them just liquidate the VIX, guys. They are selling that VIX hard. Hmm. Side targets on SPY today. Other than just now, whatever comes after this is just pure gamma short squeeze, guys. So again, when you've fulfilled upside levels and you're holding the majority of price action, I mean, whatever comes next could be just insane, ferocious price action. Um, but we'll see if they want to squeeze us even more into the end of the session. Volume trends are now lightening up. You've likely had, notice what time frame this happened, guys. This was a bit of margin short covering. That 130 time frame, often a lot of brokers will send the margin accounts. You need a cover, or you need to top up your account, or Margin call. And that's what squeezed the S&P up there. I'm a little disappointed how BTC's reacted. I mean, it's got 2 hours left for it to make a pretty big move. We know it can do a lot of work in 2 hours. I mean, this move here was what, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes. BTC rallied 4.5% there. So we know it can make big moves, but I'm a little bit surprised it hasn't broken out, at least retested prior day. Ram saying I still see 92 million puts on SPY versus 52 million calls. Interesting. Yeah, SPX is hitting a big leveler. 6650 is almost to the neckline. 7-day moving average, point of control. So there's a really big resistance here, but I don't know, just the structure of the market today. The VIX compression, it's a Friday, going into a shorter trading weekend next week. I think we're setting up here for more upside into next week. And I don't see us selling off much in the session today. Maybe a little bit of backing and filling here and there, but VIX is going for another new low of day. VIX new low of day. Come on, BTC, join the party. Join the party. What are you doing? Still down 2.24. Crude still negative. Microsoft still down 0.62. Netflix still down 0.3. Tesla's up 1. Meta up 1. Google up 4. Apple up 2.3. NVDA nice reversal up 1.67. IWM up a whopping 3%. Almost hitting 237. Just came shy. Looks like SPY is going to make another new high here. VIX is still fading. Look at that S&P, guys. That is a beast. That is a beast. SPY is a beast. Ripping. Dixie now getting faded. Come on, BTC, pop it. You got VIX falling, you got the dollar softening. Come on, BTC, pop it like SPY. Pop it. Give us a nice 90-minute squeeze here to the upside, just like we saw here. Nice hour squeeze. Hmm. Again, guys, SPY calls still at 500%, over 500%. Crazy. That is just filthy. 658 calls. That was a trade and a half. All right, guys, I'm going to trim one more SPY call. I'm going to leave two on the table. Trimmed one more at $5.80. So I got two more contracts left. That was a 530% gain. Crazy. That's insane. 530% gain, and we're still printing. I still got two contracts, 92 cents. Contracts are, holy shit, almost 600% here. Holy moly. Can we get to 644? That would be 600%. Oh my goodness gracious me. Bitcoin trying now. VIX fading, dollar fading. Up over 550%. Come on, SPY, keep going. Squeeze it, squeeze it. Burn the shorts. Burn them and turn them. Come on, BTC, you're next. Yeah, we're trending, guys. We just locked in 530% gain on the 658s. I still have two more contracts. Again, I'm just gonna hold them to see if we get any sort of a euphoric move into the end of the day. I mean, this is pretty insane price action. Very, very strong. But I still think, we've triggered this inverse. The VIX is fading. You got a dollar that's softened up. It's a Friday ahead of a longer shortened trading week next week. Markets have rebounded sharply, so I would still think we could push. I mean, I don't know how high we're gonna go, but I mean, the next real level that I'm seeing on SPY is kind of right along this pivot zone here, where you had a breakdown, a retest, fake out, rejection here, wide range red bars. So I mean, 665. I'm also holding 665 December calls. We started buying them yesterday. So I still think this market is setting up for potentially more intraday, potentially more. And again, I mean, these SPY calls just keep giving. They just keep giving, guys. We are seeing short covering. We're seeing buying. You had, look at the RSP. I mean, RSP up 2.35%. SPY's up 1.67. Your Russell's just a behemoth, just squeezing to the upside. Bitcoin's really your only lagger. Disappointing price action in BTC. It's had every reason to join the party. The dollar is just slightly getting faded. It might have an end of day squeeze, but pretty disappointing price action for crypto, that's for sure. But everything else, I mean, good rebound today. Tempest, TTD, Meta, Data Vault, drone stocks, financials, quantum, most quantum, QETS still down. LiDAR stocks catching a little bit of bid. Strong day for Nike. Herbalife, that's up 20%. Crazy. Open Door, that's up nicely. UPS, Constellation Brands, Google still flying. NVDA up 1%. Starbucks, decent day. Nat Gas, strong. The power of a symmetry move, man. That's crazy. And actually, look at this, guys. Take a look at this. Let's see how we should do it. Why I think we can go higher. Our next symmetrical move. You can see our next symmetrical move. So this low of this green breakout bar to the high, and then you go from this low to the high. We could see SPY today 666, the devil number. That's crazy. Next, yeah, so the next target is that 666, guys. SPY. 666. And that would kind of correlate with the Russell just above 237. But man, oh man. Man, oh man. We're going back to 655. This 4 a.m. high? I don't think so. Anything can happen, but I don't think so. 2 days in a row, you're going to have big swings back to the downside. We'll see. Yesterday's move, there was nothing really signaling it. It was a kind of almost a black swan intraday. Very rare move yesterday. IWM going for another high of day. Your Russell 2000 trending. Small caps are ripping. Look at that move. Remember I said don't be surprised if the Russell tries to go green on the... Look at that volume on the Russell today. 408 mil. Wow. That is some bottoming volume like you cannot believe. That's crazy. That's not some Mickey Mouse volume. That's fucking thick. What's the SPY daily volume today? 81 mil. Couple hours left. Yeah, we should trade over 100 mil. Market's bullish, guys. Remember, The sell-off likely happened because no rate cut yesterday. Now today, big rate cut. Market manipulation at its finest. IWM new high of day, up 3.31%. Bitcoin still struggling. Crude oil firming up. Dollars weakening. VIX still getting faded. Abe is saying, following your analysis, if we go to the day high is 675. No, we're not going there today. We're not going there today. The next symmetrical target that I have is that 666 number on SPY. Even here, I mean, we're pretty extended, but chart pattern's holding up. We're not getting to 675 today. Maybe over the next 1 or 2 weeks. You know, this little basing formation that we've broken out of here, this inverted head and shoulders in the 10-minute SPY chart, that takes us to 671. So we could easily see that next week. And then we just have to take it, you know, candle by candle, day by day, and see what the next pattern is. But so far, the intraday pattern gives us an upside target of 671. That's not going to play out today, though. You know, that would be insane. I mean, we're not going to move another 1.3% up in the next hour and 40 minutes. But maybe a little bit higher to 665, 666, in and around this area. Considering that we fulfilled that first symmetrical move, and price action's holding quite well. Positive sign for now. It's a really, really good sign. The rate cut is not really just the news. It's a structural fundamental change in the market. So you have to identify what news is important, right? You know, a lot of things become buy the rumor, sell the news, but a rate cut is a big macro event, right? When you have these probabilities swinging in the December meeting from no rate cut to rate cut, that reprices assets. Institutions have to reprice assets very quick. I was just so upset with myself that I didn't see it yesterday. I usually keep the Fed watch tool open, and I had no idea the market was starting to price in no rate cut as of yesterday. And I did say yesterday, I think the Fed curve is mispriced. I still think we're getting a rate cut. I think this is an overreaction. And that's exactly what happened today. Big rate cut swinging back in favor of the December meeting. So you had a lot of jawboning, but the Fed rate watch tool is not just a news event. It's a very important macro barometer for the stock market. You can really see how small caps have taken to the rate cut, as cost of capital is much, much cheaper now for them. So the Russell is telling us that, with it outperforming today, is telling us that, you know what, yeah, we're probably getting a rate cut. So it's a very important news event. Yes, it's news, but it's a macro shift in the market, and assets will reprice quickly with that expectation. Now, imagine we came down on Monday or Tuesday and the probability swung in favor again. I mean, you could easily see this market get whipped back down. So it's very important to stay ahead of that rate expectation. Again, I still think we're getting a cut come December. Look at that new high of day for SPY. Ripping. VIX getting faded. IWM new high. Dollar coming in. Markets are ripping. Microsoft, Netflix gonna go green. Bitcoin. Come on, BTC. Just freaking squeeze already. You've just been so depressed down here. Like, you need to have a 2% move quickly. Like, get to prior day low within the next 20 minutes, and that would be a little something something. But we are still seeing the markets trending, guys. SPY calls are still pushing hard. And if BTC can clear these highs here, then that's going to help add extra fuel to the fire to this market. You know, names like Coin, MSTR, Mara, they could still move and push extra liquidity into the market. But BTC needs to press here. It's trying. It's been taking its sweet old time. You know, it's built up a lot of energy here. I think it's coiled, ready. Again, I would still like to see Bitcoin go green on the daily session, which right now it's still down 1.9%. Bitcoin has every rhyme or reason to go green today. And it's still down 2%. So maybe they give a little bit of a hoorah push into the end of the session, but still disappointing its price action. But look at that S&P, guys. That's a thing of beauty. That's a thing of beauty. That's for sure. Wow, guys. Contracts are trading at $6.40 from 92 cents. That is ridiculous. All right, guys, it's official. I just hit 600% on my SPY 658 calls. 600%. Ooh. 6x on the SPY calls called out live here on the stream. And I'm going to hold on to them. You know, I've trimmed 10 contracts. I've got 2 left, which are up 600%. I got in at 92 cents. They're trading at 630. VIX is still getting slapped. Your dollar's still falling. So nothing is wrong with this market, guys. We're not even overbought on the RSI. 10 minute. Microsoft still, I think, can go green. Netflix probably going to go green. Come on, Bitcoin. Just fucking send it already. Just send it. Send it. So I hope you guys took those SPY calls with me. It's okay. Can we get to the devil number? 666. Can they do it? Will they do it? We can do it. Give us a power hour squeeze. Is Bitcoin just going to stay here or is it going to pop here? Like, come on. I'm shocked that BTC has not just started ripping. I mean, I think it's close, but it's just hanging here on. I mean, come on, BTC, just participate. Just participate. Get your big crypto ass up off the floor and start ripping. Come on. Pump it up, guys. Pump it up. Full port. All right, what else? Microsoft still down 0.35%. Come on, Mr. Softy. You want all mega caps green. You want to see every single mega cap make a bullish reversal. That's when the upside. IWM, new high of day, testing 237, almost at 237. That is cray cray. Cray cray, guys. Holy moly, our 665 SPY calls that we took yesterday, guys, in the option group are almost in the money. Beautiful. Fuck, we had 2 attempts at those yesterday. 1 attempt, we got stopped out for a small loss. Today's attempt, just a banger. Boom. Long, strong. We still have a lot of names. Datavolt up 45%. Holy moly. Absolutely insane, insane price action, guys. Go S&P, go. Take our 665 calls in the money. Rip it. Come on, BTC. What are you doing? You're going to just hold this 10-minute flag without doing anything here? What is stopping Bitcoin right now? Like, honestly, how is this asset not broken out? I am baffled at this price action. Still down 1.86%. All right, it's trying to get going. Trying to get going. Trying to get on and I'm moving up. Do 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 do. S&P, no selling. No selling, guys. You're not allowed to sell. Abe saying BTC is going back to 79K. We'll see. We'll see. When? What time frame? Maybe. Maybe in like 4 months. But for the next 1 to 2 months, it's probably going to bounce hard. Probably a 2 month bounce, counter trend. It'll be choppy. Yep, Peter. It's been ripping. Peter just came back and wow, what a big rip. Yep. It's the gift that keeps on giving, right? You sit through days like yesterday and you just ride out days like today. You know, I've pretty much eradicated the majority of my losses from yesterday, which I am stoked about, and I still think that a lot of stocks are value buys down here. Yeah, we're up. I hit 600% on my SPY calls, Peter. I still have 2 contracts left on the 658s. Our 665s that we took yesterday are almost in the money. Trust me, I wasn't good yesterday. The bears eat, the bulls eat, the pigs get slaughtered. You know, yesterday was a rough day for me. Today, hell of a lot better. Let's give a Santa Claus rally. I was shocked at yesterday's move. I had no signal, literally, and I wasn't even standing in front of my computer for the majority of the move. I walked away, came back, and I was like, what the hell did you guys do? You guys made me hold the bag yesterday. I was your exit liquidity. Yeah, yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was crazy. But you learn from those days. You really, really learn from those days. You know, no matter how strong a candle opens or how weak a candle opens, the opening price is one thing, but it's always the closing that's important. And obviously securing profits. You know, for all I know is Monday we could wake up, some sort of bear headline, Black Monday, boom, down another 30 G's. Who the heck knows? I doubt it. Yesterday's move was a weird deviation. Give you the phone, I'll call you. Yeah. I should, eh? On speed dial. Come on, BTC. What are you doing lingering? That's okay, Ram. You'll make it back. Obviously, saying BTC Sunday night, 80K to 79K. No, I think BTC Sunday night is going to be around 90. That's my prediction. 90K BTC by Sunday night, which would imply another 6% move from here. A little bit of selling in SPY. You'll make it back, Ram. Your one SPX put screwed. You'll make it back. You'll make it back. You always do. Nothing wrong with the market yet, guys. Just a minor pullback. Profit taking. 230. This is where typically you get a little bit more of a volume increase here. Final 90 minutes left in the trading session. At this point, the playing field has kind of been cleared. You've probably wiped out most of the shorts. Most momentum traders have probably covered shorts. A lot of funds have probably covered shorts. Margin calls have hit the market. Now we'll see what happens. This will be a big final 90 minutes for the market. Big final 90. Yeah, IWM did hit 237. So on the weekly candle for the Russell, it did briefly go green there, I believe. Still negative on the week slightly, but wow, what a recovery on the IWM. Crazy price action. Seeing a little bit of selling now in the tape. VIX is catching a little bit of a bid. So yeah, you did have the NVDA news hit the tape too. Trump administration discussing NVIDIA, allowing NVIDIA to sell to China. So that's positive. All right, guys, I'm going to do a high risk lotto long on SPY, a high risk lotto on SPY, 666 call, 666 0 DTE call, filled at 23 cents. High risk. I'm only going to do 5 contracts, guys. Just over $100, but high risk lotto, 666 SPY call at 23 cents. Again, it's tiny size, playing with a bit of profits, thinking we can get a short squeeze into end of the day. Again, a couple of reasons why I'm entering that is I think you have the US dollar breaking down here, looking pretty weak into the end of the day. You still have the VIX catching a little bit of a bid, but very, very weak also in the trend. I think this pop is going to get faded. Smelting this market up. Dollar's still falling pretty sharply here. You've got IWM pushing right back to the highs. Again, I still think Microsoft has a strong chance at going positive. Right now it's down 0.48%. What would take the S&P to new highs is likely Microsoft trying to push even higher here. So just melting the S&P up here, guys. Not too much selling in sight. Not too much selling in sight. It's a melt up. It's a melt up. Push us even higher. Keep going. Keep her going. Dollar is falling pretty precipitously here. Even gold is catching a really strong bid here. So your dollar index is falling. Free falling. Free falling. And I'm free. Bitcoin still down 2% on the session. QQQ up 1.85. Qs are outperforming SPY. Dow Jones up 1.7. IWM is still pretty much outperforming everything on a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. SPY new high of day incoming. Rip it. Come on, S&P. Don't tease us. You actually did print a slightly bearish candle on your 10-minute IWM. It was a 10-minute hanging man candle on your IWM. Let's see if SPY got it. Yeah, SPY kind of. It's not the best one, but you can see on the IWM you printed that 10-minute hanging man candle. That actually typically results in a little bit of bearish price action. So if you're trading this long, keep stops in place. That is a slightly bearish 10-minute candle. I just recognize that right now. I don't know if it's going to break down, but statistically that is a bearish candle formation. We'll see. I still remain in these lottos. I'm still holding my 658s. But just recognize that was a bit of a bad 10-minute candle formation on the Russell. And the Russell's actually been leading the charge to the upside today. So we could see maybe a little bit of end-of-day profit taking before power hour. If you lose this green bar candle, not a good sign on SPY. They're still trying to fight it here. Still trying to hold the Russell steady. Yeah, you can see that 10-minute hangman candle is resulting in some sell side pressure. Interesting how those candle formations can give you a little bit of clues. Again, SPY doesn't want to lose this green bar. You lose this green bar, then we could retest this next 662 area. Bitcoin losing steam. I am seeing the VIX popping up. Your dollar's still free falling here, which is kind of interesting, but the VIX is still seeing a little bit of a pop here. Yeah, you're breaking that 5-minute candle. That's not a good break so far on your S&P. Little mini head and shoulders formation triggering here. We'll see if it wants to get closed below that neckline. So you can see that 10-minute hanging man candle on SPY is proving to be a little bit of a sell, very short-term sell signal. I don't know how deep we're going to go. I don't think we go too deep, but obviously that's a little bit of a bearish candle formation intraday. IWM still selling. S&P coming in hot, coming in hot. Yep, that hanging man candle's playing out. Bitcoin never ever had pretty. It managed to just stay weak on the session. Pretty decent sell. Took a small loss. When we started printing that hanging man candle, I got saying, you know what, that 10-minute candle is a little bit bearish. Here's a better area if you're wanting to try a little bit of a lotto. But those 666s that I was in, I'm not holding them anymore. After we got that 10-minute bearish candle, I said keep your stops in if you want, especially if we lost this green bar here. We lost that on the 5-minute chart. And you're melting now, so this is where you would try to get a bounce, but again, it's whether or not you want to try to catch this knife or not. We'll see. The VIX is catching a bit of a bid. Dollar's still softening. Bitcoin crumbling again. 10-minute chart support. So this is a previous SR zone where you were rejected here. Now you flipped it to support. It should try to, the bulls want to try to hold this. If you lose this area, I mean, wouldn't be, sets up for potentially a little bit of an interesting power hour. Bitcoin's still struggling here. Nasty price action for BTC just does not want to hold anything here. I think up. Optics say I think up. But we've had a really strong rally, so I mean, maybe the upside's limited, but I still think up. Now, that being said, I mean, you have hit some decent resistance, your daily 7 moving average on SPX. So it's not like we haven't tested in some big areas in a quick, sharp reaction bounce. In Microsoft, JP Morgan, Netflix still red, Google still ripping, NVDA has faded a little bit. That's also part and parcel due to the sell here. VIX has caught a little bit of a bounce. Your Dixie caught a little bit of a bounce. 2 minutes, guys. Power hour, 2 minutes. Start our final hour of trading here. Healthy back test of support. Your VIX is still curling slightly lower. You got your IWM trying to hold 236.30. S&P trying to recapture 662. Still holding this area, but no real big bounce yet. Still a chance that we bounce back to the high of day if we hold this zone. The ranges have been too big. I don't think they're going to just pin us here. We're probably going to get another move one way or another. Low volume actually is supportive of a higher price. When there's light volume, so the markets are always getting buying programs, but lighter volume means there's no selling. That's what that means. So volume's always sometimes misconstrued. The volume is thin down here, but usually volume means sell side pressure. So that's usually what happens is volume increases with sell side pressure. But yeah, there's like no volume here. It's thinned out. Maybe people have gone away, packed it up. You should get something because you still have 330, the CFTC net positioning. So there's going to be something. I mean, still have a big data set at 330. We'll see a lot of different assets. We'll see how the net positioning is. So there should be a little bit of an increase. I think it's just taking a little bit longer here, but we should see a little bit of an increase in volume at some point. At some point. But it's thin. Definitely thin here. That's for sure. Your dollar's caught a little bit of a bounce. VIX is still kind of trading sideways. Oh, you're still holding support here on SPY. So you haven't broken it. Small positive, but you haven't really bounced too sharply off of it yet. So maybe the bounce is still going to come, but you really don't want to lose this 661 area. You want to see price action hold and trend above it. How big of a rally would this be? Back to the highs? Another 0.45%, $3 move back to the highs? Could happen, but we'll see. We will see. Right now they're just burning some theta right now, it seems. No real directional move here. Sure. I'd still favor a bounce into end of the day since we're trading. If you're trading with the trend, higher highs, higher lows intraday. But we'll see. I mean, we've had a nice rebound off the lows, so you never know. They could keep us pinned. Coin small bounce. A little bit of bounce. Curling slightly lower. Dollar's still trying to bounce here. Bitcoin's trying to bounce a touch. Microsoft's still down 0.7. JP Morgan's trying to go green. Seems like they're just pinning us here. Call side and put side buyers, no one's winning. Only purple people are winning are market makers right now, pinning us. The longer we stay here, the more people lose. So volume's increasing a little bit. Put volume increasing versus 100 million call put versus 52 million calls. Interesting. Yeah, your volume's starting to uptick a little bit. We'll see which way we get. Look at us just chopping. Tight range. Tight range. I still feel like they're going to give us a move, but they're just burning time. Eating everyone's contracts for lunch. If you're trading 0DTs. Anyone taking any upside downside lottos into the close? Call it out now. SPY upside downside lottos? What's everyone thinking? Still think they were gonna break out high of day. We'll find out momentarily. I would still favor upside personally, but they're just chopping us for the last 17 minutes here. We haven't made any sort of a move. IWM, that's getting faded a little bit here. The Russell's coming in. Bitcoin's still struggling. IWM curling down. Crude oil still soft. Dollar getting some slight sell side. VIX is still curling down. All right, you're getting close, guys. If you're wanting to take some upside calls or puts, now's the time. We're going to break out probably here. I think it's the call side, but super close. Here it comes. We're going to make a move here. Which way are they going to send? They're not going to keep us pinned here. There's no way. No way. They got to break us out or send us down one way or another. The move is coming. Take your pick. Bull or bear. Or are you going to strangle this SPY trade? Look at that 1 minute chop. Nasty 1 minute chop, eh? The green shoots are trying. The green shoots are trying, but having no success through that 1 minute EMA. Uh-oh. Here come the bears. Here come the bears. What chop? I mean, look at this price action. Craziness. I'm shocked SPY's pinned here this long, guys. Wow. Maybe they want to wait till 3:30 CFTC. Maybe. But pretty crazy. A whole lot of nothing so far into power hour. Whole lot of nothing. I hope you guys didn't get caught in this chop just entering a 0 DTE. Because, damn, that's nasty. They killed contracts. Anyone that entered 3 o'clock expecting a bounce or a sell, they just annihilated people. You know, they probably burned. The majority of people who took a stab on the long or short side at 3 o'clock, they probably just burned most of their contracts. And we've still gone nowhere. 322. I'm getting tempted to take some calls here. I'm getting tempted, but I don't want to. If they just keep us here, that would be crazy. That would be dirty. Dirty, dirty. Look at that range. That's just disgusting. Did anyone get caught in that? You can't even scalp that. Like, that's like an algo range. Wait, the market's on pause. Market is on pause. Which way? Your dollar is getting a candle up, so that's typically not good for the market. All right, the bears are trying to sweep some lower liquidity, trying to break support. They're trying to take us down. Is it a fake out? Is it real? Is it a bear flag triggering? Here, looks like a bit of a bear flag trying to break down here. We're still at that little bit of an interesting zone, but it's looking a little bit vulnerable. Big back test. Okay, it's definitely breaking down here. Nasty little bear flag. Seeing some selling. Still got 30 seconds left in the 5-minute candle. 5 minutes left in the 10-minute candle. That would be one nasty sweep if they pop it back up. But pretty dirty. Five minutes till CFTC net positioning. VIX is catching a bid, so is your dollar. IWM curling down. Markets are still seeing a touch of more sell side pressure. SPY still up about 1.3%, but coming in a little bit. Pretty decent sell on your S&P off that volume shelf. VIX still trying to climb. IWM curling down. Microsoft down 0.91. Microsoft and Bitcoin never ever got going. Same thing with Netflix, never ever got going. 10-minute SPY chart's looking a little bit vulnerable here. Doesn't hold here. Looking like a bit of a bear flag on your 5-minute chart for SPY. Excuse me, guys. Pretty nasty sell there. Liquidity. Pretty decent sell-off there into the end of the day so far. 30 minutes left in the tape. CFTC net positioning comes out momentarily, guys. Momentarily, we'll have the CFTC net positioning across a whole different variety of assets. Gold, silver, S&P, Qs, small caps, wheat, commodities, everything. Everything. VIX is catching a nice pop. IWM still dropping. So an increase in gold positions, increase in crude oil, decrease in corn, increase in copper, decrease in aluminum. Uh, what else we got? Nat gas and Nasdaq an increase in position. Natural gas a decrease. S&P 500 a decrease. Silver an increase in position. Soybeans an increase. Wheat a decrease. So interesting, they've increased Nasdaq but sold S&P. And they've increased crude positioning but decreased nat gas. They've increased both silver and gold. Big decrease in wheat. S&P's melting here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looking like a potential failed pattern here if it doesn't do something soon. Then again, you can still have a bigger one building, but not a healthy neckline break. That target's now off the deck. Yeah, that's what happens. You gotta exit. That's why I said be careful with this 10-minute handyman candle. When we were up here, I said if you lose this 5-minute green bar, you probably should be out. There's a little bit of a chance of a bounce here, until you got that lower 5-minute close. There's still a chance that they retest this neckline 661 area. But I'm pretty much, I think, done for the trading session. I'm not really looking to take anything else. I made my money on the bounce here. Nice little trade, and now we'll just sit and see how this market closes. Ooh. The interesting thing, intraday, guys, you're still holding a low, higher low, higher low, high, higher high, higher high. So the intraday trend is still intact, even with this sell-off. Sure. Test. Let's see if they can get this S&P back over this little neckline, trend line. If they can get us to close over here on your 5-minute chart, then we probably could see a little bit of a squeeze into the end of the day. I know all of you are now thinking, are we building a head and shoulders? Is this going to be a right shoulder? Maybe, maybe. Pull up the macro SPY to XAU. You want to look at XAU? Which one? Gold, silver? Look at the 100-year day. Which chart am I looking at? XAU what? XAU. What's the ticker? Gold to SPY ratio? How do I check that? I don't even know. XAU. This one here? No, that's probably not it. That's not it. XAU. I don't even see it here. US dollar spot. I don't know what I'm looking up here, guys. SPY US dollar. That's just gold. Oh, on Google. On Google. I'm trying to think. I'm searching for some ticker. You're setting me on a wild goose chase here. I see what you're saying. Um, what's the ratio? What's the ratio? What is the ratio? I'll look it up later. But if you want to tell the chat, I'm assuming it's bullish gold. Bullish gold, isn't it? SPY's history in relation to gold. And what's it saying? Gold undervalued or SPY overvalued? Shows macro trends of what happens in markets during recessions over history. Is this what you want me to look at? Here. put it here. Give me a sec here. Oh, my computer's all screwy. What is going on here? What is going on here? Oh my goodness, I just screwed up everything. Put that back there. Where did that chart go? This what you want me to look at, Dom? It's Head and Shoulders? All years? So 1968 pivot high, your dot-com pivot high, and this? I mean, see what you're looking at, but it's also just technically a wedge formation, putting in higher lows, higher highs for now. Next step would be a push higher. Depends on how you look at it. I mean, there's a head and shoulders that hasn't triggered yet, and this would trigger over like a 30-year time frame. So it's got a long way. I mean, I can't trade off of a 30-year. That's more of a long-term investment signal. Do I think there's a bubble in a lot of assets? Yeah, but we're still hanging in there. We're still hanging in on your larger time frames. A little bit of a scare this week, for sure. But that's a macro pattern. I mean, you're talking about data going back to 1942, then to 1967. That's like a 22-year time frame, just that rally. Then this was a multi-decade drop, and this is a multi-decade rally. So maybe we're starting to roll over, but we're a long ways. That pattern won't play out. I mean, I might be 70 years old by the time we reach the neckline. The problem with these patterns, guys, these old ones, is like they just keep destroying our currency. It's one big inflation bubble to the next. They inflate, deflate, inflate, deflate. We're past the point in fiat where, the reason why assets keep going up is because everything's measured against these damn fiat currencies and they just keep destroying our paper. Yeah. Yeah, paper. Yeah. So that's why the markets also keep going up and to the right. It's hard to defeat the S&P when S&P is basically a vehicle made to harness liquidity. All the money that we print globally flows into these assets, right? So sure, we get big declines here and there, but if you're long enough, you buy the 50 or the 200 daily moving average on the S&P, you're generally going to be okay. Generally going to be okay. Sorry, guys. I'm pretty tired this week. It's been a crazy week. We'll have lots to discuss, guys. I'll be recording quite a few different videos. Here's the usual sector analysis. The sectors would tell us a lot too. We'll go through a little bit of individual names, the markets as a whole. CAB is what I looked at ANET. Let's take a peek at ANET here. Yeah, I mean, it just keeps going down. I mean, you would favor a bounce, especially with the market, but I think 112 is your better area. 112 is your weekly 50, daily 200, volume weighted average price. There's three major areas there at 112. So, although it's getting long in the tooth to the downside and could have a bit of a dead cat bounce, I think the bigger level lies at 112. 112. You know, you might get a 3 bar surge down. One, two, three. That would be an exhaustion gap on high volume. I would look for that. Yeah, definitely. Look at this volume on the Russell band. Holy moly, though. That's some serious weekly volume, guys, that we're ending with today. I mean, damn, 419 million shares on the week. More than your tariff low, guys. Look at that volume candle and look at the low we put in. Look at the volume today or this week. I mean, 419 million. I don't know when we traded more than that. Let's just go through some of those charts on the Russell. That was 300 mil. That was 344. Let's look at our COVID lows here. You've even traded more than COVID. Holy moly. That might be the biggest weekly volume candle on the Russell in maybe in its history. Maybe in its history. Holy moly. That could signify a potential capitulation. You know, maybe you get a small retrace down, but that is, oh, 432 million there in October 14th. I'm going to mark that. That's cool, guys. That's really cool. And look at the rally that ended up occurring. Right into the weekly EMA 113. Look at the structure, what just happened here on the Russell. That's freaking cool. I mean, the Russell hasn't even hit its weekly EMA, but that's a lot of volume. That's a ton of volume. Wow. That's pretty wild. I wonder if there's any other scenarios. So that marked a pretty decent low. What did I say? 432 mil? Damn, look at this day. This was 768 million back in 2011. Holy moly. That's a beast. Pretty cool. Pretty cool for sure. They probably lost money this week, guys. And the Trump administration can call the individual tickers because they know the news, but when the market sells like this, they probably have a whole bunch of long exposure as well. And the market's down on the week, so S&P down 1.87. So they probably also lost money in the long terms. So they generally can't really. This wasn't really a Trump sell-off, right? He doesn't make money all the time. He can still lose. Yeah, but it's been a good rebound off the lows. A little bit of selling here into the end of the day. A bit of concern. Just keep in mind, guys, next week is a shortened trading week, so there's going to likely be extra volatility as well. Shortened trading week, so anyone swinging weeklies, just keep that in mind. Not if they're the ones selling. Yeah, they could be the ones selling for sure. Pretty decent sell-off into the close, giving back some gains. SPY still at 0.9, Q 0.7, IWM holding up the best. Microsoft, NVIDIA faded, Tesla faded, negative, Netflix faded. So it's still a lower weekly close. So now you've had 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of sell side pressure in the S&P. They defended the 20. You're above that October 10th area. You really don't want to lose this 4 a.m. previous high. They flush it into that. That's pretty bearish. You got rejected off the 7-day moving average. I still think that next week we're probably going to try to retest a pierce of that 7-day and truly get a back test of this neckline. You came close today on S&P, but some slight selling. SPY volume this week, 684 mil. Little less than your tariff flows. Quite a bit less, actually. But still pretty good volume. Dixie getting faded into the close. Interestingly enough, Bitcoin's actually got a little bit of a pop here into the close. Go figure. Making a bit of an inverse move to the market. VIX is creeping up. It's going to be interesting to see how Bitcoin reacts over the weekend, guys. Very, very interesting. That's a nasty little 4-hour wick down for the S&P. Still holding the channel. This is the market session. Overall, a little bit of a slight selling into the close, nothing too bad. Again, watch crypto for clues over the weekend to see how it reacts. Strong bounce for the S&P 500 up about 1%. I think small caps are still your talking point. I really, really like the bounce in small caps. They have responded to the interest rate cut the best here. So the fact that the IWM has recaptured its 7-day moving average, that makes me a little bit confident that next week we can see mega cap tech bounce. Nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in. Great job on those SPY callouts that we nailed from this breakout candle. We hit two massive upside targets, and hopefully you all had a good trading session. A little bit better than yesterday. But we will have lots to discuss over the weekend. Hopefully everyone enjoys their weekend and gets away from a little bit of the screen time. Take care, everybody. We will see you a little bit later.